Everybody, thank you for joining us. I see that we have just one addition to the agenda.
Yes, if we could have an addition 9.11. It's the third quarter update on the council strategic plan and corporate business plan.
Corporate business plan. So are we going to have that just before we get into our decision items, the discretionary use? Or do we want to do it after the two? Just because we have two public hearings this morning, what are you thinking?
I mean, we can certainly put it kind of right after the finance report and see whether we're able to get to those. Sorry, in section 9.
In section 9, so it would be after 9.7?
Yeah,
Okay.
if time permits, or we can come back to it after the closed session.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and we got that. Go ahead, Bill.
Just under council items, if we could just include, add PPRC.
So, committee updates?
It could be a committee update or just council, sure.
Yeah, have it as a committee update.
Sure.
Pembina
Physician
Physician
Recruitment
Recruitment Committee? Yeah, if you want to give that as a part of your update. Okay, wonderful. Is there a member of council that would like to adopt the agenda with the addition of the corporate business plan? Councillor Sheriffs, all in favor? That is carried. Is there a member of council that would like to adopt the November 9th, 2022 regular meeting of council minutes, November 9th, 2022 non-statutory public hearing minutes, DV 22-049, and November 9th, 2022 non-statutory public hearing, DV 22-051? Pardon me? Councillor Gamana? All in favor? I did adopt the agenda with the addition, or with the additions. I did. Yeah, we had that addition. Thank you, though, Bill. So Councillor Gamana had made a motion to adopt the adoption of those minutes, and we have no proclamations today, and we'll move right into our public hearings. 6.1, we have a statutory public hearing for the removal of municipal reserve designation lot 6, Block 66, Plan 0840074. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship and fellow council members. Pertaining to today's public hearing regarding the request for removal of the municipal reserve designation on Lot 6 MR, Block 66, Plan 0840074, administration has received one comment from the public in support. From a caller who wished to remain anonymous, they were in favor of, quote, something finally being done with the land, end quote, and wanted to express interest in seeing an outdoor rink somewhere on site once it was ready for development. Administration received no comments in opposition. Administration's comments will be delivered as part of the subsequent decision item pertaining to this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I will declare the public hearing open at 9:10 a.m. And this is for municipal reserve dissolution request for Lot 6, Block 66, Plan 0840074. Those present today for this public hearing are myself, administration, council, and members of the community, as well as online. And as Jarek had mentioned, that he'd given us a bit of the background of this non-statutory public hearing today in regards to requesting a dissolution of the municipal reserve designation. And this is in order to facilitate a subsequent disposal and consultation with the neighboring parcels to better allow for future development. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 6741. A decision on this request will be made today, depending upon the comments at this public hearing. Administration has read as one of the comments that they have heard, and I will now call for comments from anyone from the floor. No comments from the floor. I will now call for comments from anyone online. There's nobody online with any comments. Thank you very much for that. Then I will declare, if there's nothing else, the public hearing closed at 9:11 a.m. And we will now move into our, was that the non-statutory? Oh, that was the statutory. So now we'll move into the non-statutory public hearing, November 23rd, discretionary use of development permit DB 22-057 at 4015 47th Avenue. Oh, you know what? I think just because they were both as non-statutory in my package. Yeah. Okay, that's right. That's what we discussed. That's right. Okay, yeah, we did discuss that. I got a little bit confused there. Okay, so I will declare the public hearing open at 9:12 a.m. for development permit application DV 22-057. Those present today for the public hearing are myself, administration, council, and members of the community, as well as anyone online. The purpose of the public hearing is to receive comment, question, and concern from the public regarding this proposed discretionary use. And maybe I'll let you, Jarek, give us a little bit of the background here.
Sure. Good morning again, Your Worship and fellow council members. Pertaining to today's public hearing regarding the variance request for development permit DV 22-057, permitting a discretionary home-based business use to operate as a tattoo studio at 4015 47th Avenue, administration has received no comments from the public back, neither in support nor opposition. Administration's comments will be delivered as part of the subsequent decision item pertaining to this application. The applicant has indicated to admin that they will be in attendance for the hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I will now call for comments from the floor. And I'll now call for comments from anyone online. Nothing online. Thank you very much for that. And if there's no other comments, then I will declare this public hearing closed at 9:13 a.m. And that is it for our public hearings this morning. And we will now move into our delegations. Is Acting Staff Sergeant Ryan here this morning? I can't see. No? Okay. Is he coming, Pam? Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just push through. We'll move to the decision items in regards to the public hearings, and then if he comes, we'll move back to our delegation after. And that is from our new Acting Staff Sergeant this morning. So we'll jump right into 9.1, discretionary use request, home-based business at 4015 47th Avenue, Lot 39, Block 218, Plan 0623848 for development permit application DB 22-057. And this is you again, Jarek. So we're on page 38 of our agenda. Got it? Yeah.
Good morning, Your Worship and fellow council members. Administration has received a request for a home-based business or a tattoo studio to operate out of 4015 47th Avenue. The property is zoned RGen or Residential General District, where a home-based business is a discretionary use and must be decided by council. The site currently appears and operates as a detached single-family home. It is situated in the midst of a residential area with similar built form, flanked by a single detached home to the east and a utility corridor to the west and south. Observations of the site, combined with information confirmed by the applicant, identified a garage able to accommodate a single vehicle, with a front access driveway leading to it, wide enough to accommodate 2 additional vehicles. The applicant has indicated on their application form for the discretionary use permit, they do not plan to alter the exterior of the structure in adherence to land use bylaw requirements. Under the town's municipal development plan, the subject site is located in a planned residential use area in what is considered newer residential, wherein the housing stock consists of developments completed from the 1970s onwards. MDP Policy 2.7.16 stipulates that in newer residential areas, home businesses will continue as a development option, and as such, administration views the application as adhering to MDP requirements. The property is also under the Aspen View Area Structure Plan, which stipulates the area to be developed as residential. Administration views the application as remaining consistent with this stipulation. Home-based businesses operate as a secondary use to the principal use as a residential dwelling. The area structure plan also outlines that such discretionary applications be circulated to Brazeau County for input. Administration provided the application to Brazeau County for their review and received back comments that the county had no issue with the application proceeding as requested. Operation of the tattoo studio is planned to be appointment-based and conducted in adherence with Alberta Health Service requirements. The applicant informed administration, who are able to confirm with AHS that an inspection was already completed and the applicant met the necessary requirements. The applicant's permit is also conditioned such that AHS requirements will need to be maintained for continued operation of the facility should council approve the application. A deficiency was noted, however, that the applicant would not have the necessary off-street parking stalls typically required by land use bylaw. Section 3.38 typically requires 2 off-street stalls for the dwelling use and an additional 2 off-street stalls for the home-based business for a total of 4 stalls. Site conditions were such that the applicant is able to provide a combined total of 3. As it pertains specifically to parking, however, Land Use Bylaw Section 3.42 explicitly permits the Development Authority, which would be council in this instance, at its own discretion to change the number of parking stalls required. As the applicant has identified themselves as the sole resident and employee of the tattoo studio, and given the nature of work performed as appointment-based with minimal to no overlap, administration believes that the 3 parking stalls combined off-street will be sufficient for the development at hand. We recommend that council utilize the powers afforded by Section 3.42 to reduce the number of necessary stalls as conditioned in the draft permit attached to your council report. Administration's recommendation is that council approve development permit DV 22-057 with conditions as presented and is willing to answer any comments or questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and I really appreciate your maps that you included with this report today. Are there any questions for administration? Councillor McGee?
question, Madam Mayor, is it's interesting that you raised the issue of newer residential. What does that tell me? I know that it's newer. I'm just thinking, the older it's going to be more problematic for this kind of an application. Just enlighten.
Thank you for the question. The reason why that was raised is that in the municipal development plan, it does differentiate with different policies applying to different segments of residential stock in town. So there is what it would consider an older areas of town, which would be pre-1970s, where some of the policies differentiate between the newer residential areas, which would be 1970s housing stock onwards. So that was addressed in order to provide the appropriate policies that would be connected with this area of town.
All right. Now, let me just try to think of what you just told me. Our gen zoning is new zoning. And in the 70s, it'll be a different zoning. Just a short.
Thank you for the question. The municipal development plan does not take into account zoning. It's a higher level order of documents. And so the zoning is independent of the policy outline in the municipal development plan, which just says residential as a whole. But within it, the municipal development plan breaks residential into the older neighborhoods and what is considered newer residential neighborhoods. And it defines the boundary between the two of them as 1970s. And there are some policies that differentiate between the two. So that's why it was mentioned in the presentation.
Some policies differentiate. That's really the key, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
For questions, yeah? Thank you very much. Any other questions? I think this is a pretty easy application. There's no industrial going into this, and there doesn't seem that there'll be a lot of traffic. So this is, I think, an easy decision, and it's nice to see the diversity of businesses coming forward in the community and variety of new entrepreneurs. So I think it's fantastic. If there's no other questions, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion for this? Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we approve discretionary use development permit DV 22-057 4015 7th Avenue as presented. Thank you.
Okay, did you get that, Pam? Yeah, you did. Okay, is there any comment, question, or debate on the motion? None, then I will ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you very much, and we'll continue to move along to our next planning decision, 9.2, the removal of municipal reserve designation for Lot 6, Block 66, Plan 0840074 to facilitate subsequent disposal and consolidation. I'm having a little bit of trouble this morning. Go ahead,
you.
Jarek.
Administration is currently engaged in a series of concurrent applications pertaining to the land southwest of the intersection of 46th Avenue and 47th Street, intended on helping facilitate the currently vacant site into becoming something more developable. Presented to Council today is a request by administration to remove the municipal reserve designation from Lot 6MR, Block 66, Plan 0840074. Municipal reserve land is land dedicated to the municipality as part of a subdivision with the intended and restricted purpose of providing space for a public park, public recreation area, school use, or separation space dividing different land uses. Currently, the town owns approximately 21% of the area southwest of the intersection at 46th Avenue and 47th Street as municipal reserve. Standard practice is for approximately 10% of a site pre-subdivision to be dedicated as municipal reserve. However, the town received an extra portion to be included as part of the site design for a proposal that ultimately fell through during an earlier council's decision. As a result, the town owns a fairly large portion in the center of the site, leaving awkward parcels on all sides that have stifled development potential in the area thus far. Administration is working with the neighboring landowner to address this issue, but is hamstrung by the municipal reserve designation, effectively keeping large portions of the land in stasis, given the placement and development limitations. Administration is seeking council's authorization to remove the MR designation from the land, so the parcel may be consolidated for future development purposes with the neighboring parcels, rezoned, and subdivided again at a later date. We would seek to condition consolidation so a portion of the site be returned to us under a new, better working layout that a later subdivision stage provides. As per Municipal Government Act requirements, notifications to surrounding landowners and signs posted on the site went out in the first week of November, informing of the application intent, and the public hearing was held earlier today. Administration also consulted with all internal departments as well as the school board divisions regarding whether the land and designation were needed, and did not receive any comments back indicating it was. Municipal Government Act stipulations are that to remove the designation, council must give directive to admin to notify land titles to change after a public hearing occurs and council decides it is in the best interest to proceed. This directive is what administration is seeking by presenting the application to you for deliberation today. We are willing to answer any comments or questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration? No. Councillor McGee?
I'm struck by the 21%, and I see nothing in here that says that was a good idea, a bad idea. It just was, and now we're deciding to change it all, and we're still thinking that we should hold the 21%. Walk me through that.
Thank you for the question. At the current stage, we are discussing the dissolution of the MR. Item 9.3 subsequent will be getting into the specifics in regards to the percentage to be claimed back if this vote is successful. If council does not approve 9.2, we cannot proceed to that stage, unfortunately. So in terms of the broader picture, in terms of how we obtained 21%, it was a matter of it just is what it is at the time. And then administration for item 9.3, if we get to that stage, does have a presentation to provide rationale in terms of our recommendation for the 21% at that moment.
All right, the decision we're making now is just getting us to the next discussion point.
Correct. Without the dissolution of the MR or the removal of the designation, we cannot dispose of the land, so we would be keeping as is currently in possession.
So yeah, 9.2 and 9.3 are related. This is the removal of the MR, and then the 9.3 will be the disposal of, depending on the success of this vote. So yeah, a little bit confusing it is. There's some, definitely was some additional steps with this, this unique one. So we have had several conversations in regards to this already. So we've talked about that crazy little shape in there. That is on the map up there. That is our MR that we're speaking about today, that wonderful little shape. Are there any other questions for administration? If not, is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion for the removal of the MR? Councillor Evans?
I'll make the motion that council by resolution approve the removal of municipal reserve designation on Lot 6, MR, Block 66, Plan 080074, providing administration with the directive required by the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? So I'll just add that, so now the parcel will now all be kind of absorbed as one. It'll be that special urban reserve back to the natural kind of, I guess, before it was rezoned, the prior rezoning.
So to clarify, at this exact moment, what will happen is we're able to notify land titles that it no longer has the municipal reserve designation. So the developable potential of that site has increased, as well as allows the town to dispose of it. Whether or not we actually end up disposing of it will be the next item presented to council now at 9.3.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So there was a motion on the table by Councillor Evans, and I will ask all in favor. That is carried, and we'll now move to 9.3, which is the disposal of the same lot that we had just discussed. So go ahead, Jarek.
Thank you. So subsequent to the approval of a municipal reserve designation that was just approved by council, administration is now seeking a directive outlining how council would best like the land conditioned as part of a transfer arrangement to the neighboring landowner. Administration's recommendation is the first option presented in the report, wherein since the town is currently in possession of 21% of the total site area, that as a condition of any land transfer, a caveat be placed on title, so the town receive back an equivalent 21% of the total site area at a later date. This would be in a layout that better works for the landowner and the town. Recognizing that 21% is in excess of the typical municipal reserve requirements of 10% and received due to a generous offering during the previous subdivision by the neighboring landowner, council may choose instead as a second option to pursue just the standard 10% municipal reserve at a later subdivision date. This would be ensured by administration with a title caveat outlining that amount instead. Council may further condition this option as at its choosing by exclusively requesting 10% to be returned to the municipality, effectively providing the excess percentage back to the landowner, or requesting that the difference in land be recompensed through a sales agreement for that portion of land assessed at fair market value. Council may also opt for a third option, stipulating an alternate arrangement otherwise not yet specified, by which administration is to proceed, providing administration with the directive with the terms that council sees appropriate. Administration is requesting a resolution be made so that council may provide the formal directive on how administration proceeds with the disposal of Lot 6MR. We are willing to answer any comments or questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration? So I just have a quick question to begin with. So why are we making the decision right now, and why wouldn't we be making it at the time in the future if there was going to be any sort of development or proposal on the land?
Thank you for the question. So as it currently sits, when we're disposing the land is the most appropriate time to be able to negotiate these types of caveats and allowances on the title itself, as it will help with the consolidation. We can transfer it over on land titles and it runs with the land so that if the owner changes hands or whatever the case is there, then it's locked in and guaranteed that the municipality gets a certain percentage back at a certain point in time. If we do not do that as part of the sales or transfer agreement, we run the risk of during the process and potentially changing hands that we may lose out. 10% would be a default, so we would have a sort of a safety net at that point at a later subdivision stage to claim just that amount back. But if there are any sort of other options that council wishes to proceed with, we would need to condition that early in advance as part of a transfer agreement.
And going forward, is there any portion of conservation reserve that we have to take as well?
Not on this current parcel of land. It does not appear that there's anything in specifics that environmental reserve or conservation reserve would require.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for administration? Councillor Evans?
So in the future, if we get a proposal for these lands and it's within that design, the MR is less than 21%, we have the ability to adjust that at the time of that proposal comes in front of us, correct? Or are we locked in, I guess is what I'm asking.
Thank you for the question. If council's resolution today is for a higher amount than 10%, then we as administration, and there needs to be change at a later date, we would then present back to council with the new proposal and ask for a vote at that time to see if the newer amounts were appropriate for council to proceed. If we do not have a resolution going forward in order for this directive and the land gets transferred, we are locked in under policy at a maximum of 10%.
Right, so if we approve this, we'll still have that 21% available to us. And we will have the option to, again, just to confirm, to lessen that if the developer comes with a proposal that has 16% or 18%, we can adjust that MR?
Thank you for the question. Correct, yes. It's easier for us to go down. It would be very difficult for us to go higher.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rick. And then, so if there's any change in like subdivision, if it's further subdivided, does it make a difference for the percentage that we've taken or decided on today?
Thank you for the question. So we would be looking for the lot as a whole. So if it were to be consolidated into 2 parcels or 3 parcels, or just one large parcel for all lots together, we would conditions that as the total area, we would be, at least on our recommendation, receiving 21% back, although that number can be changed according to council's wishes.
Thank you for that. If there's no other questions, I'm needing, Councillor McKee?
One last question. I would assume that you're having discussions with the landowner. And the landowners currently are fine with option A. Or is there a deeper discussion that we should be aware of?
Thank you for the question. We have had earlier discussions. They have indicated that they would likely prefer not to go with option A. But if I may ask if they're present, if they wish to speak to this further?
Terry,
If you could just come to the mic, Terry, that we do have a few people online, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning, thanks for coming.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this meeting. And yes, we would prefer, of course, 10%. I don't recall even why it got to be 21%. It escapes me, and it was just part of the rationale at the time for whatever reason that I don't even recall. So 10%, of course, I think would be the right number. That is the required amount, and as far as we're concerned, that would be the correct amount. So,
Thank you very much for that.
any other questions?
Are there any other questions?
the sense is that if, and it's been spoken about by Councillor Evans and our planner, that if somebody comes in and says, I got the right thing and I'm gonna go with this, and 16%, his point is that we can go down but not up. There's some logic there. My only question, I think, has always been, it's the fairness question of, it's 10%. And so if you don't remember why
I don't. No.
it must have been the excitement.
Yeah.
Then it doesn't feel fair to me. Fairness says 10%, that's what we should be doing. But just my thoughts.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? There's no other questions. I'm needing a counselor to make a motion and pick which option out of the three decisions. I think we're good for questions. Thank you, Terry. We're just waiting on a member of council to make a motion. So option 1 is, sure, Councillor Clark. Okay, Councillor Ballas.
Thank you. I move that council direct administration to pursue disposal of land subject to option number 2 as provided in the report.
Thank you very much for that. Is there any comment, question, or debate on the motion?
10%.
So Councillor Gamana, option number 2 is to reduce the amount owned by the town on a subsequent subdivision to the 10% municipal reserve standards. That is option number 2. So there is a motion on the table for that. Any other question, comment, or debate on that motion? None? Then I will ask all in favor. And that is carried. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for coming this morning. Thanks, Jarek. Okay, and we'll continue to move. Next, we have the 9.4, the 2020, I think it's 2022, isn't it? Or is it 2021? Okay, the 2021 FCSS Annual Report. Morning, Lola.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, in fact, it is the 2021 FCSS annual report.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that.
Yeah, it is very late. The government of Alberta, as you know, we receive 80% of our funding from the province of Alberta. They have changed their reporting system this year, and it has been tedious, to say the least, to get everyone all registered and online with that system, and then all the approvals through. So therefore, we're just actually receiving the final draft of our 2021
Wow,
annual
okay.
report. I know it's really late, and I know that, council is aware, pretty aware of what we're doing. However, we have been invited to present both to Brazeau County Council as well as Parkland County Council. So I thought it was important to still bring this before town council, even though it's very late.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just go through it quickly. So as far as revenues go, the annual funding provided by the government of Alberta was just over $176,000. The required municipal contribution by the town, which was the 1/4 contribution, is $44,123. The total grant transfers received was just over $199,000. So that includes the provincial grant received by Brazeau County. 1/3 or 2/3 of that is just over $130,000. The Brazeau County required contribution to that is just over $33,000. The portion of the Parkland County grant that we received is $29,000, and then their required contribution is $7,000. So the total revenues was just over $431,000. So expenditures, so the total direct delivery of programs within in-house was just over 230,000. Indirect delivery of programs, which is grants to other organizations, was just over $167,000. So we did report a surplus in 2021 of $7,504. The amount that we were able to withhold from that was $6,003, which we did put into grant funding. The total administrative cost, by the way, was $26,152 for 2021. 2021 was, we were still amidst COVID, so I'm happy to report that we still had 140 volunteers volunteering for FCSS direct and funded programs, which was pretty impressive under the circumstances. So we reported 1,307 volunteer hours in total. So I'm not going to go through all the listings of all the different in-house programs, but you'll note that it does look very consistent now to how I've written the budget for next year. So this is just for your information. I just did want to highlight, however, the external organizations that we did provide funding to.
Pam, can
That-
you just bring it up, the list, maybe, so if maybe Graham or anyone can see there, just of the programs? Is this what
Yeah,
you're
so
speaking
that's
to?
the
Yeah?
direct delivery programs. You can just keep scrolling.
So these are all.
Yeah, we're looking
direct?
at, yeah, that's the one. So Pembina Crisis Connection Society, the Alive 55 program, the Elevated Camping Experience Society, Foundation's Pre-Kindergarten program, the Early Childhood Development Center, the Drayton Valley Preschool Society, Burden Bears Counseling Center, Aim for Success, Drayton Valley Summer Reading Program, the Drayton Valley Preschool Society again, Elevated Camping Experience Society once again, the Chamber of Commerce, Community Parenting Coalition, the Eagle Points Blue Rapids Park Council, Aim for Success once again, EPBR again, ECDC again, the Evergreen School Staff Wellness Program. So that brings us to the total of, what did we say, just over $167,000 was granted out to in 2021. So in total, we are asked to report number of participants to all programs, including direct delivery programs as well as funded programs, and we had 18,006 participants in all programs altogether in 2021. And as far as outcomes go, we asked them to report on their outcomes and if the program made a difference to them, and 92% of those individuals reported that they did experience a positive result
Awesome. Maybe just, we have a few people online, I can't really see. Maybe, do you want to just touch on what's the difference between the direct delivery versus the indirect delivery?
So the
That
direct
varies?
delivery is the ones, the programs and services that we offer in-house.
Yeah,
The indirect delivery is the ones that we grant out.
that we grant out.
Yeah.
Okay. Just clarity for anyone online. Are there any questions this morning on this report for Lola? Bill, I see you have your mic on, but I think it might be from before. Bill, did you have a question? You have your mic still on?
Just on.
Just on, okay, that's what I thought. Counselor McGee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that we, in seniors information and information referral, sort of the resource navigation, and so it looks like we put $71,000 into that navigation tool or something.
So just noting that, similar to how I wrote the budget, they do ask us to include, staff hours. So a lot of that is, as you know, our staff spends a lot of time, working with seniors as far as resource navigation and referral go. So that would include staffing hours. That's not direct, cost.
And this will be a reoccurring question coming up with navigation for our folks that are unhoused. And you've also, in the last budget, have talked about a staff member to look after this whole piece
Yeah.
of navigation. This is what it fits with, right?
So, the one that I was referring to before was specifically about health resources navigation, because that's the piece that doesn't fit under our FCSS mandate. Whenever we're looking at resource navigation here, that's with seniors and individuals who are unhoused, to navigate, social services, not health services. Does that make sense? Does that answer
Well,
your question?
so we spent 71,000 navigating in this part of this budget, and then a request for another staff member is going to be that range. So if I can project ahead, it's $150,000 to have somebody that and continue to navigate for our seniors.
Yep.
That would be general.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
When you mentioned the volunteers on here, the 140, that's all the volunteers that sit on both the direct and indirect committees?
That's correct, yeah.
Wow, that's a lot, 140.
Well, especially in a year like 2021.
Absolutely, yeah. Do we have any other questions on the report this morning? Sure, go ahead.
And then that is when you're looking at the percentage experiencing positive change, we've got some numbers there. What I was trying to think about is how you got the matrix. So can I just assume that you asked somebody and they said it's been positive, so you check it positive, and that's
Yeah.
what gets us 73, 95, 98, 100, 86, and 99?
Yeah, that's correct. We're required by the province to report not only on financial outcomes, but also outcomes for people and how the program has impacted change for them. So we do ask questions, and we ask our funded organizations to do the same. And there's specific questions that have been given to us by the province. So that's how we report these percentages.
Thanks, Lola.
Counselor Kamana?
Thank you. Just a comment. I had the privilege of sitting on the FCSS board last year, 2021, and it was a good experience, first time that I had the opportunity, and just wanted to give you kudos and the FCSS board for the impact that you're making in our community. Thank you.
And I'll certainly pass that on to the board as well.
Counselor Clark, sure.
So just fresh off the FCSS conference there. So I attended that FCSS 101, and one of the things they talked about was 5 priorities the Alberta government,
Yes.
FCSS, is prioritizing. Now, one of them that kind of struck me was mental health and addictions. And I guess, does that change anything in terms of kind of what we've done 21 to 22 to 23? Does that change our focus at all? Or-
No, it actually doesn't, because whenever you do your orientation, you'll see in our strategic plan that mental health is already there, as is homelessness, as is employment. Those things we've already been working on, and essentially those 5 priorities are the priority areas for the provincial government. So what we're asked to do is continue with our mandate with an eye on those how we're feeding into results on those specific 5 priorities. Does that make sense? And maybe we'll come back in the new year with more on 2022 and those priorities once they're rolled out.
So I also have had the pleasure of sitting on FCSS in the past and just to see all the, members of the community that are accessing this, it's pretty amazing, and to see the programs that are run, and yet it gives you a good, I guess it's a good eye opener to really see, like prior to this, I didn't realize all the different volunteers and all the different committees and all the different programs in the community. So you really, when you sit on this board, you get to capture that and you get to see of all the amazing people that are really trying to make a difference. So it's a good board, and the conference is always fun too. You get to, really engage with other FCSS and understand a little bit what it's about. I know when I started, there was orientation and it was quite an overwhelming binder, and I thought, oh my goodness, there's going to be some crazy decisions here. And then once you kind of, sit on it a while and get used to it, it's a lot of fun. So we really appreciate it. And when will we be seeing the 2022 report then?
Much sooner.
Much sooner?
Much
In 2022 perhaps?
Well, no, it'll be in 2023.
Oh,
'cause
in
we have to do
2023.
our year-end financial
Okay.
first. So I'm hoping spring of 2023. We'll see the 2022.
And then, so you're done this year for all the money that's been distributed, and now you probably have applications coming in for next year's first quarter? Is that how
Yeah,
it
we
is?
have applications sitting right now. Our board meeting is December 7th, I believe, so decisions will be made on those operating and other applications for 2023.
Oh, so you'll be deciding on December 7th for the first quarter? of
Yes, just so that
2023.
everybody has some advance notice if their application was successful or not, and then checks will be cut shortly after January 1.
Good. And are you finding now that with the ability to kind of run more programs and do more things with, less restrictions, that there's more applications that are now coming?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
I mean, it's a good thing, but it does pose some tough decisions for the board for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a time there that there wasn't any programs or not a lot of programs running, so there wasn't a lot of applications when I was sitting. So it's nice to see that that's happening again.
Yeah, lots of good stuff happening in the community for sure.
Good, that's wonderful. So I think what we're looking for here is we're probably just looking for a motion to accept this as information. Is there a member of council that would like to do that? Councilor Sheriffs?
I'd like to accept the 2021 FCSS annual report for information.
Thank you very much. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? All in favor? That is carried. So we'll move on to 9.5, Early Childhood Development Center Board Member Appointments.
Okay, so according to town bylaw, the Drayton Valley Early Childhood Development Center Board requires a composition of the board that includes 5 community at large members and 1 council member. The member shall be appointed by resolution of town council for either a 1, 2, or 3-year term. Currently, all 5 of the community at large positions are vacant on the board. So there's not a board right now. However, there were applications received. There was 3 applications received. One from Samantha Henney, Haiti Birch, and 1 application for both Tess and Simon Coutu. So Tess Coutu is a past board member whose term expired October 31st, 2022. She has submitted an application to return for another term for a 2-year term. Simon Coutu is a new applicant and asked to be appointed for a 2-year term position as well. Hadley Birch is a new applicant and asked to be appointed to a 1-year term position. Samantha Henney is a new applicant and has no preference on the number of years for the term. Administration and the ECDC program manager recommend that the appointment of all the applications in order to fill the vacant positions on the board with Samantha Henney to be appointed for a 3-year term. The board then can operate with these 4 members of the community at large, plus the 1 councillor member that was appointed at the organizational meeting in October.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this? Lola? Councilor Clark?
Just about the terms, is there a reason behind 1, 2, or 3, or is it just kind of arbitrary or preference?
It works best on boards whenever terms are not all the same, because what we faced was everybody's term ended up expiring at the same time. So we're trying to stagger things now so that we're not facing that situation again in a year or 2 years.
And your recommendation, or I guess, how you decided on the years was because the one applicant had the experience on the board and the other two were new? Is that kind of how, or how do you determine?
Well, and they have the opportunity to choose their preference.
Oh, they
So
have the
they were
opportunity.
chosen. Samantha Henny did not choose a preference, so she said it didn't matter, so.
Oh, okay.
We thought we would put her for a 3-year term, so that allows for a nice staggering of members then.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? Counselor Ballas?
Thank you. Is Tess and Simon husband, wife,
Yeah,
family?
yes, they are.
And there's no restrictions to family, more than one family member being on board?
I don't think so. It's not something I've faced before, but I don't think so. No, there's nothing in the bylaw.
Counselor McGee?
Along the same lines, I was thinking about, like the library board, it's important that you're maybe not necessarily a user of the library, but you're keen on the library, that's why you apply. ECDC, my children are there, I'm there all the time. It makes good sense for me to be part of the board, and that's what I read through when I see those. So how long can you have a child at ECDC? Does it, like, can you have a child for 4 or 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, until they,
Not unusual.
no, it's not unusual.
Okay, I think that's really the question, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? So are we making one motion or are you looking for 3 motions?
I think it can be one motion for
Or
all
4?
4.
4.
Yeah, I think as it's laid out in the recommendation, a single motion to do all 4 would be appropriate.
Okay, perfect. Is there a member, Counselor Kamana?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that council appoints Tess Kutu for 2-year term, and council appoints Simon Kutu for 2-year term, and Headley Birch for 1-year term, and Samantha Hene for 3-year term to the Early Childhood Development Center Board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? Then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. And it'll be exciting to see this committee start and off and running. Okay, we'll keep moving along and we'll move to our Youth Advisory Committee.
Okay, so at the regular council meeting of November 9th, council gave bylaw number 2022-18-C, Youth Advisory Committee, first and second reading. This provided the opportunity to review, discuss the proposed bylaw. In the weeks that followed the meeting, the bylaw and the associated terms of reference could be further considered and is now brought back before council for a third and final reading. Were there any questions?
Thank you. So we had the pleasure, Councillor Clark, Councillor Sheriffs, and myself had the pleasure of doing a little presentation for the Frank Maddox students on Monday for their career day. And we actually had quite a few students that were interested in municipal politics. And there was a few that said, you know, they want to be politicians, want to know how to get involved. So we had suggested, you know, to put your name in for this, something like this, to get involved with committees and start volunteering your time would give you a taste of that, right? So we had, you know, suggested to join the Youth Advisory Committee. So we're hoping to see some applications come this way. We just had a little bit of discussion on what the age was. I thought it was 16, but I think some of us thought it was 14. Could you remind?
14.
It is 14, okay, because there was one young lady who was in grade 9 and she was 14, and so that way she could apply. She was really wanting to get started in politics, so.
Well, that's exciting. That's
We'll
great.
have to make sure that we advertise at the both or all 3 of the high schools so they can get their
Absolutely.
applications in. So are there any questions for Lola on this? If there's not, then I'm looking for a member of council to make a motion. Councillor Evans?
I'll make the motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 2022/18/C, Youth Advisory Committee as presented.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? I would just comment again, if you know any youth that are wanting to get involved, or you have any relatives, or, I think that there is, if you could remind me, Lola, how many seats are available for the youth on this? I think it was
I think, did we say 6?
6?
7.
There's 7
Yeah,
spots on
7
here,
seats,
so I'm
yeah.
hoping to see these 7 spots filled and a difference to be made in our community with the voices of these young and upcoming leaders. So it's nice. It's very nice to see this come back to the community. So,
I'm excited too.
yeah, so with that being said, now I forget, did somebody, yes, Councillor Evans made a motion. And I will ask, all in favor? That is carried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So are we anticipating the Q3 finance report to be a few minutes? Then maybe what I'll do is I'll call a quick break, and then when we come back, we will reconvene and jump into 9.7, our Q3 finance report. AM, and we will jump back into the agenda. We are on 9.7, which is our Q3 finance report. This is Ms. Thompson.
Awesome. Thank
Good
you so
morning.
much. I'll just let Ken figure his computer out. He took it away.
He took it away. His computer was
Desperate times
talking.
call for desperate measures. Okay, all right, we'll start with just the quarterly update. And I'm just gonna run through some of the things that stand out and that I think that council would want to know about, and not spending too much time on the details, because I know we have a full agenda. So at the top section there, the general revenue, the other revenues are a little higher than we budgeted, and that's largely because when it came time for the tax mill rate to be passed, council chose not to amend the penalties and to leave it at the original rate, and we had amended them for a few years in a row. So our penalties on property taxes were higher this year. And of course, we are seeing an increase in interest revenue in these last few months as well. And then under general administration, the council budget is under, the development budget is under, as well as the P&G. We'll see a little bit of an uptake in that in this quarter because there's been more activity. But as of September 30th, that's where it's at. And then our asset management costs, we have not spent the entire operating budget. I was not looking at you. My apologies.
I wasn't sure if we wanted to ask questions as we go
I just
along.
want to know what our procedure is. Can we ask questions, or are we waiting till after? Because I got a question in the general revenue and franchise fees.
Sure.
So can we just interrupt you if
Yep.
our-
I just have to peek up.
Okay, I just have to watch too. I was busy having a granola little snack there
Yeah.
looking down.
Go ahead, Councillor
Okay,
Valls.
thank you. So I'm just looking at our franchise fees, and I realize this is just for 3 quarters, right?
That's correct.
So then the next quarter probably should equal pretty well what we're budgeting.
Yeah, so it usually is close, but I find we usually budget based on their budgets, and they don't seem to ever meet their budget, and so we end up being under budget a lot of the times. Whereas this year, I'm just budgeting based on the prior year instead of going off of their projections, because historically from my experience, it has been a little bit aggressive, and then we end up being under budget. So, but we will see it fairly close. Yeah, there is a quarter left.
So I guess my question is, franchise fees should be kind of stable, shouldn't they? But is it because there are less services, or what's happening?
Usage, I believe. I think it's based on the usage is why the amounts fluctuate. I'm just trying to think of what other reason why they would always be under budget from their projections. And my guess is usage. Because I don't think for example, the number of new homes or anything would change drastically unless they are being very aggressive in their projections on new development, but I don't see that. I think it's just usage. Do you have any other thoughts on that? I don't know. I can look into that. I just assumed it was usage and they're being optimistic.
I just curious, because I don't want it to be like the RCMP that we just get an invoice and we pay it, but why are we not getting what maybe?
Yeah, and we get reports, like they update us at the end of the year, and we can ask those kinds of questions. But the one reason in the past too is that I believe one of the two companies has an agreement that their property taxes get paid out of that. So the percent that we actually receive from them is lower because of the agreement and the way that agreement was signed. So that has an impact as well. So their property taxes get deducted from what they pay us for franchise fees, which is how their specific contract was written. But that doesn't speak to why their projections aren't accurate. But yeah.
Did you have something to add, Rob?
I was just going to confirm that the franchise fees do fluctuate with the rate and consumption. So they are built based on a franchise fee model that's developed by the utility company the year before, but then the actual cost of the utility throughout the year as well as consumption determines the final figure.
Is franchise fee determined just by the rate of whether you're paying for natural gas or kilowatt hours, or does it include delivery charges?
To my knowledge, it's dependent both on rate and consumption, not just the delivery charge.
Yeah, I also believe that to be the case. It's based on the rate and the consumption.
Okay,
Yeah.
carry on.
So jump back down to general administration. It's the actuals are lower than what we budgeted, and we are still our asset management. We haven't spent all the entire project for the asset management operating project, and any unused amounts there will be carried to 2023 to carry on with that project as well. Protective services, the revenues are still lower. We finally got those grants signed, so we should be seeing the money from the policing grants here before the end of the year. And that's the biggest change there for revenues. And then down in expenses, of course, the police expenses, the policing is higher, and that is because the adjustment at the end of their fourth quarter, but in the middle of our year, the adjustment was much higher than we had expected. And so that put us over budget. And everything else is fairly online with what we expected. And then down to transportation, the road, streets, and sidewalks revenue, there needs to be an adjustment for, I believe there's an adjustment that needs to happen there that the auditor does at year end, which is why that looks high. And then for common services, fuel, utilities, and insurance costs all skyrocketed this year, and it affects some departments in some areas a lot more than others. So that this is one of those areas. But down at the bottom, the actuals, although higher than we budgeted, not by a lot, not by a high percentage. And down to utilities, the other revenues were pretty in line with what we expected. Waste is higher, and I spoke a little bit to this when we were talking about our fee schedule. We do have higher tonnage. We have been busier at the landfill than expected. And then, but when we go down to the expenses for water and waste are high. Water is high because of utility costs and insurance as well, like I said above.
Like anybody can go and stick a roll of paper towel in and dispense it.
Oh, hi, we can hear someone online. Maybe if you could just mute.
Oh,
That's okay. Just,
Okay. And then under sewer, you see that we're a fair amount under budget, and that is because we had a couple of large operating projects in there for infrastructure assessments and desludging. And a lot of these, although they're in progress, they didn't start till later on in the year, and we haven't been invoiced for the entire amount. So the infrastructure assessments, which has to do with the wastewater treatment and that pilot study. So we have an assessment that's happening. So that's not yet complete. And then the desludging, it is complete, but we did not process that invoice, did not receive it until October. And this is for the end of September. Waste, the expenses are a little bit higher than expected, but it goes along with the increased tonnage and revenue. And then down to community services. Revenues are a little behind when it comes to the entire community services department, and that's a large part of that is the ECDC, and the way the grant program works with the provincial government, it's always delayed with the way they process grants. So once at the end of the year, we should see this pretty in line with what we budgeted. And then for the expenses, a lot of the expenses for FCSS is the outgoing of grants, the timing of when grants are issued and paid out. And then the community services line specifically is also high because we have the change in the structure of the community services and recreation department. So we have Hans and Lola in community services, but we're also still paying out the retirement of the previous GM. So that it's not so much it's over budget, it's just the wages are in a different spot now for, for the manager. And affordable housing, just the change in the expenses and how that is presented, change in management, unexpected expenses, and just things that we didn't know or couldn't plan for when this budget was created. And down to planning and development, again, the very first line there under planning, we had that large permanent revenue for a new building that we did not budget for. So our revenue in planning was much higher than we expected. And under economic development, the CTC rental revenue was just not, just wasn't as high as what we had budgeted. And so that is lower than expected. And in the expense side, the planning expenses is lower than budgeted. We had vacancies for a large part of the year, still trying to fill and complete the team. And some of the expenses in planning, like the MDP and stuff, they had a later start as well than we expected. And under economic development, that includes the CTC, economic development, and energy. And we have a combination of things. The energy budget, there's been a lot happening in that department, but the large project, which was that energy audit, it again is just in process right now. So we have started paying it, but we didn't start that until after this quarter. And then we had also vacant positions at the CTC as well. And Parks and Recreation, Omniplex, we've talked about this a few times, but I'll just say it again. COVID had a lot longer of an impact when it came to recreation than we had expected. So the approach to budgeting for a full year was, it just turns out it was not reasonable. So we've seen fewer sports people partaking in sports, fewer gym goers and all that kind of stuff. So we're working really hard. The team there is working really hard to offer services that will entice people back into our facilities. MCC, similar, the events, we expected everyone to come back for all the events in 2022. And although we did have a lot of events, we did not go back to pre-COVID amounts or numbers just yet. Library and culture, that's a blank there, but we did receive that payment for the rent just this week, actually. So we've received that. And under the expenses, Omni is about on, MCC pool. Pool is a little bit behind because a lot of the expenses we'll see right at the end of the year when we move to the new pool. So I don't expect there to be a big discrepancy there or that we'll be really under budget. I expect that once we do switch over to the new pool, we'll have all those moving costs and all those wages that will be sort of increase in that time frame. And then the budget should even out. Outdoor recreation, I'm
I
just
just
trying
have
to
a
remember
question,
now.
Elvira.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it would be under planning and development or would be under our parks. When it comes to the CTC, how we're now utilizing that building for more conferences and weddings and things like that.
Yeah.
Where does that revenue show?
Under, yeah, economic development.
So it is under
Yeah.
economic development? Okay.
Yeah.
That's where we see the increase. And it's nice to see because on planning and development, we're starting to see those revenues increase there, which is really nice because we
Yeah.
went through so many years where it was
Just stagnant.
It was
Yeah.
stagnant, so you can see it gradually, increasing, even though there is a little bit of a dip, we still know that they're kind of
Yeah.
definitely on the rise there, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, and we did see, I believe we did see some other development. It was not just the new school, so that was just a large amount, but we have seen, development here and there. I mean, we're really hoping that it continues on, although we're not expecting large amounts of development necessarily right away, but to see some is really, really good.
Okay, and then Councillor McGee just has a couple questions too.
Yeah,
Right.
just to round that out, there was two things on my mind. Was the development, does the pool development like that contribute?
Yes, but that was last year.
So the full contribution of the.
No, let me think back. I think that rolled into I believe you, council chose to, it was, yeah. We didn't charge for the permit. It was put back into the project, I believe. I'd have to go back and look, but I believe, like, there was a fee, but in order to keep the cost down, it was done through the IDP.
Okay, and when you talked about utilities skyrocketing, is there somewhere where we might know that number? And I ask that because at some point in time, I'm assuming that AUMA and RMA are all wanting to put a resolution forward on something based on some information. But when you say skyrocketing, there must be a number.
Yes, there is a number. I can pull the bills and show you like the graphs and stuff, but I can't remember what it was and exactly, but it increased a lot there. And I think it was in March where we really saw maybe February or March where we started seeing the increase as we changed. Oh, we signed a new contract, but either way, the rates really, really increased.
And it falls in through the whole system. It's not just a bill that we pay
No.
and you get that line and you know exactly what it is. You have to extract it from the budget, everybody's use, all our facilities.
Yeah, I mean, we get that on every bill. We get the usage per facility. So, yeah.
Okay. I just want to be
All-
aware of that.
All facilities saw an increase though. Is that what you're asking? It was across the,
Well, I think it's all buried in this report.
yes, in this one, yes, but because I'm just doing it per department here. And when we have big facilities like the water treatment plant, it has a big impact on their whole operation. Because utilities is a large percent of their operation, whereas here at the Civic Center, we're more individual heavy. So the utilities, although it increased here at the Civic Center, when it comes to the total expenses, it doesn't have as big of an impact for that reason. So it doesn't show up as clearly on a report like this.
Okay.
But yeah, and we talked a little bit about it during budget as well, the trends with utilities in general.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I think it's just good to have that number in
Yeah.
case at some point somebody says, you know what, I'm paying this, and so, yeah, we get it. We pay this as well. It's all there.
yeah, and depending on when municipalities' contracts are coming up when it comes to utilities, they would be impacted at different times. Like, we're not all necessarily impacted exactly the same at the same time. But yeah, utilities are definitely increasing.
Yeah, thank you. Just thinking on the same lines, I know we've gone into a new contract with a new company but have we done kind of a comparison whether that's doing good for us or not?
Yeah, there was a whole process of looking at different providers and stuff, and like utilities, it's sort of complex in how we're buying and selling and everything like that. And, but yes, that process was followed. It's at the end of 2021, we started that process. But yes, yeah.
So,
We looked at comparatives, we discussed it and had presentations from multiple companies.
okay, so having this new contract, we are saving money in the sense than staying with
Yes.
the old company?
Yes, we just couldn't hedge ourselves against
Yeah,
the prices, unfortunately. But when you look long-term, the goal or the hope is that we will be on the better side of things. It's just, it hit us really hard right now this year.
okay, thank you. Sorry to go back to the top, but they are on the first one, other revenue. What other revenue we are talking about?
Right at the top?
Yeah,
So that includes interest revenue, fine, penalties like property tax penalties and other municipal revenue, like we have some lease, oil lease rentals and things like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the biggest part of that is property tax penalties and interest revenue, yeah.
and regarding the fuel, again, the same, I guess, same conversation. You know, we are in a contract using one, and have we looked at
For what, sorry?
fuel?
Fuel?
Yeah,
Yeah, we haven't made like any decision yet for going forward, but it's on our list to shop around for fuel, yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? I think the only thing left here was the contingency and it didn't change from the last quarter, I don't believe. Had to do with the, yeah, it had to do with the contract for parks in the summer. And that will be reallocated to parks and open spaces. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to mention. One of the reasons the outdoor recreation is low as well is we had approved a grant to the Slow Pitch. I can't remember what the organization's called, Slow Pitch Society or something like that. And they have not yet received back information from I believe the provincial government. They were applying for funding, and in order to apply for the funding, they had to have commitment from the counties or for cash commitment. And so they have not yet heard back, so we have not paid that grant yet, but that will be transferred over to 2023 to make sure that money is there when, hopefully, if they do get approved for that grant. Yeah, so right now, we are sitting at, ahead of budget, better than budget, but we are currently working on a whole host of operating projects, and it sort of often, a lot of these get wrapped up towards the end of the year. So although we're looking like we're below budget, we hope to complete all the project that council approved in 2022 to make sure that all your priorities are accomplished as much as possible. And where they're not possible, we will carry funds over. And that will be done through council resolution as well. So you guys know what sort of money you approved in a year that didn't get spent and make sure that still sits there in the next year.
So will we do that at the next council, or I guess will be our last?
No,
council meeting,
we'll
or-
do that in the new year once, once we have, it might be before the audited financial statements are available, but it will be once all the books are finalized and we know exactly what's there and stuff like that. So yeah, it will be in the new year, but
Okay,
yeah. Any more questions on this?
Councillor McGee?
Yes, yes. Okay, so moving on, I'll just move on to the financial information. And our general receivables are higher than they were last year at this time, and that's largely to do with the timing of, so every time we're working on the new pool, and when we have an invoice, we invoice the county for their portion of that cost. And so it was just a timing of when that invoice went out, and so it sat there, it's been paid, they're paid up on that front, so nothing to worry about. It's just mostly timing of receivables. Utilities they look much higher than September 30th of 2021, and myself and Kim, our utilities and tax clerk, we looked over it, and it had to do with when the cycle, she had some issues with the system in the end of September, so there was just the timing of when the bills went out. So the utilities receivables have balanced out now. And tax receivables, we had that large adjustment last year as we had that, as we were able to avoid that tax sale
Okay, Counselor Ballas just has a question. Sorry, Elvira.
It's all good?
Thank you. When you're looking at receivables, where does the county's receivables show? Is it in reserves or is it in receivables?
It's down here under grants receivable.
Oh, sorry, I see.
Yeah, we will approach that still,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you.
Our deferred revenue, again, just to let the council know what that is, it's money we have received but have not yet spent. So that's largely gas tax funds, MSI funds. So the reason it's typically wouldn't be $6 million, but we've been saving our gas tax funds for a couple of years in order to have the funds available for the 50th Ave project. And so that's, and then also we've been saving our MSI for, not the whole amount of the MSI, but we've been saving some of that for the pool. And so this, that is why the deferred revenue is there. It's not much high, it's actually lower than in 2021, but in a few years, you'll see it much lower. We probably wouldn't be expecting it to be 6 million. Our debenture balance up from last September, we received our pool borrowing in early October last year, and which correlates down to the bank balance. So the bank balance, well, it doesn't correlate down to the bank balance, but exactly. But our bank balance in September of last year was quite high, and October especially, it was quite high. And then now it's going down because we have the pool project and we've been saving that money for the pool, but now we're paying it out. And so our bank balance is going down a little bit. Nowhere near a concerning amount.
And
Just to put it out there, it's at a very, very safe level, but it is lower than in September of last year because we are paying large amounts to have the pool completed.
okay, so then that 14 million is that all from the pool?
No, that is all our debentures.
So that's all
Yeah.
our debentures, excuse me. And has the county, when you spoke just above the county receivables, is there still money owing, or is that it?
No, they've been punctual in paying their portion of the
For
pool.
the pool?
Yes.
Yeah, for the pool.
Yes.
Okay, and then what about Parkland as well?
Parkland, their contribution, I believe they pay at the beginning of each year. I have to go look, but yeah, we invoice them, I believe at the beginning of the year for the end of the previous year.
Okay, and all grants that we received have been applied?
Yes.
And, okay, and sponsorships and everything like that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what you mean by applied, but you wouldn't
We wouldn't put them
necessarily.
towards, we wouldn't put them towards the debenture?
No, we wouldn't be paying off our debenture faster because of it.
So when the money comes in for sponsorships, where does that money go?
It goes to, so the pool was funded by the ISIP, which was part federal, part provincial, and then we had the county and then us. And our portion we borrowed on. So any money we come in just means that our contribution is less than, because our contribution was a fair bit higher. I think it was about 7 million compared to the county's 5 million.
Yeah.
And so just the board was trying to raise money so that it would sort of even out what the municipalities ended up contributing.
Okay.
So yeah, it is going against that per se, but we're not necessarily sending the money to the government to pay off the loan faster. 'Cause
Gotcha.
the interest rates were really great, and
Super, yeah.
we have to have a really good reason to pay off a debenture fast because there can be penalties associated with that, but yeah. Then going down to the grants receivable, that Brazeau County one, that's the outstanding contribution from the recreation cost sharing. And then we're waiting on the MSI capital. I do believe we received that here in October, so we've received that. And then ISIP, we have right now at 852,000 that we're expecting. And that last one is our gas tax funding. It's not called gas tax anymore, but that's what we've known it as for a long time. And those are all the funds that we are currently still expecting and hoping for in 2022.
Albert, sorry,
Councillor Kamana?
thank you. For this year, I guess, so from the Brazeau County contribution, I've received, I believe, one payment, but have we received any more since then?
We have received as much as what they had agreed to in 2020.
Okay.
So they're behind, but that's sitting in the general receivables as well.
And by the end of the year, if that's not paid, then that will go to, I guess, again, the grant receivables, right? And it'll.
Well, we wouldn't necessarily. The reason why it's sitting under grants receivable is because it was an adjustment done after the fact. And it didn't get processed through our ledger, sub-ledger, the same way as a normal billing would be, because we were invoicing them the lower amount as per their letter. And when the arbitrator ruled in our favor, we did an adjustment, and so it sits in a separate place. And I thought council would, it's important for council to see. But I will continue updating council on the entire amount outstanding if it continues on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it not closer to 2 million than the,
It would be 1.6 probably now, yeah.
Councillor Ballas, did you have a question? Oh, your mic, please.
Do we still continue to invoice them? We
Yes.
are- Yes,
Yes,
we still have to pay, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
so yes, we have invoiced them per the arbitrator's decision, full amount. We send them the invoice and
Thank you.
awesome. Anything else on this?
No, you can
Okay.
keep moving along.
All right, let's go to the capital budget summary. So I'm just gonna highlight a couple things on here and then we'll go to the project tracking sheet and go into more detail on the progress. So, the self-contained breathing apparatus has been done, paid for, under budget. The common services mobile equipment, we're still waiting on the flail mower, I believe it's called, and the loader lease buyout, but that's happening right at the end of the year. Our lease is expiring at December 31st, and that's when that will happen, the rest of that project. The aquatic facility is coming along really well. We have about $6.5 million left on that project to be expended. Closer to 7 million with the bouldering wall and the water slide, and those two will just be combined into the aquatic facility project. Snow dump site, I know Abid is currently working or beginning to work on a plan for that, and we'll bring more information to council. The wastewater facility upgrades project, the berm rehab portion of that project is done, and the decommissioning of cell 6 is now on hold. And we have communicated with our grant, ISIP, and they have accepted the scope change and the time frame. So we know that we're still going to be able to get grant funding for the decommissioning of cell 6. Splash park controller is done. The 50th Eve improvements were not on this project. We had initially, it was on, and then it got eliminated last minute, and I just, by mistake, didn't take it off. It's not actually a 2022 project. And let me see, so the sidewalks and trails program, we only spent 75,000 so far this year, but that was for a couple of smaller rebuilds of sidewalks, and everything else will be moved to 2023 with that big project that is largely grant funded. And so we had talked about funds being carried over, and this is what I'm talking about. We are saving funds here in 2022 and carrying them into 2023 for the Peace Park, the Use Park.
So it's not additional? Like, because wasn't it a 5-year plan for the sidewalks, trails, and sidewalks and trails program? So 5-year plan, I'm just wondering, I know what's at the budget right now, but I'm thinking, what was scoped for 2020, like this year, that wouldn't have got
Yeah.
done then, I
Yeah,
guess.
I know Shelley looked at and ended up finding the 5-year plan. I don't know where, what we had to forego in order to make this happen. I don't know for sure.
So the grant program, we didn't receive, the original plan had been to proceed with the work we had in the budget in 2022 under the grant program. But because the approval for the grant came so late and you can't start any portion of the grant application work before the approval of the grant. So the 2022 pieces that we budgeted were intended to be done as part of the grant program, but we didn't receive the approval in time to do it this year.
So those sections or pieces that we didn't do will be carried over in addition to the proposed sections as well, right?
Yeah, they were originally conceived as part of the grant project. We just thought we'd be able to get some of it done in 2022, but the approval came too late.
Okay, I just wanted the
Yeah.
clarity that we're still doing them,
Right.
in addition to the other
Yeah.
proposed trails and sidewalks.
Right, and usually we spend anywhere between $200,000 and $300,000 or $400,000 a year on that kind of work. And we're now going to be spending closer to $1 million, but in 2023.
Yeah, to catch up from
Yeah.
projects uncompleted.
And and yes, and which we perceived as worth it because we were now getting a lot of it funded by a grant.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then the next thing, so the command truck, there's nothing spent there because it was delayed. And I spoke to Tom Thompson earlier this week, or was it late last week? And he said he had no idea when they were going to receive the truck. It's sort of the same situation as we've been in multiple times now with multiple different projects. And it's quite frustrating, but nothing really that we can do about that. The landfill house purchase, it's rescoped, and earlier this year it was rescoped, and now it included the removal of the pipeline. Server replacement's done, except for the integration part, which will happen at Christmas closure. The CTC, I'm going to speak to the CTC and the MCC audiovisual equipment. It got pushed back, so we ordered it last December, I believe, and it got pushed back. And so AVI SPL has been, they're essentially the company that gets all the pieces together and then comes and installs it and provides us warranty and maintenance. And they've been receiving a lot of the equipment, but there are certain pieces that they just have no idea when they will get. And it's pretty much, if I understand correctly, it's something that there is pretty much one provider for. And so we're really, really trapped in this situation right now, but we are working on alternatives and seeing like what it is that we can do if we don't get it by December as is expected or we're hoping for right now. And it's really frustrating because we were not starting from scratch with this project. We're just layering on top of things that we already have in these facilities. And if we wanted to rebuild, it would cost us a lot more money than to go with this solution. So we've started looking at possibly some alternatives if it came to that, and then we will present them to council, or first to Rob and then to council if we need to go down that route.
It's unfortunate the supply chain delivery is affecting us in certain areas for
Yeah,
sure, right?
yeah.
So it is what it is. I guess there's a lot that a lot that's just out of our control, right?
It's
Unfortunate.
Maraw Pond expansion, that is in process now. I believe the RFP has been chosen. Yeah, the study has been done, yes. Yeah. So we'll have to come back to council and talk about that one.
Okay.
Water distribution line, it's on this project tracking sheet, but I ended up going into more detail on this part, so I might as well. And it's in the modeling and design is currently underway for phase 2 for the CP 433 water distribution line connection. The landfill cell 4E, the design work has started, and so we are in the process of working on this project. It will not, obviously, it won't be done this year, but the design has started. And then the Public Works building, no change since the last report. It is done. The project is completed, and it was a little bit over budget. I will be speaking to, once we're getting to the project now, project tracking sheet. So there's updates on all the projects, not so much in dollar value wise, but just where we are at. Does anyone have questions about this before we move on?
Anything in regards to the capital projects, Tom?
See, we skipped over the 456, which is the control processor, MCC audio visual,
Yeah, it's a separate project, but same problem as the CTC
Yeah.
audiovisual. So we are pretty much upgrading the same things at these two facilities, yeah. All right, so let's quickly make our way, well, not too quickly. You guys can definitely ask questions, but I know I'm taking a lot of your time here, but
okay.
the aquatic facility, the first three projects there are all like aquatic facility, bouldering wall, water slide, all projected to be completed right away here. Very, very exciting.
Very exciting.
Yeah. And then the next few are complete. So shelter pods, phone booth, affordable housing RFP, ice plant ventilation, and splash spark controller. All those projects have been completed. And then we have the control processor, which is what I just talked about. So I'll skip over that part. Asset management, we are into the phase of separating out buildings into components. And also we are heading into the phase of getting assessments done. What do they call again? Condition assessments. So that's going to be the next big thing. But I won't speak too much about it because we have Ken here and he's going to present. MDP, so we're waiting for the GIS staff to come on board to do the mapping, and right now background research is in progress. Clean energy improvement, so we're working with FCM right now to see if we can get funding through FCM, and this is the program is expected to launch in the spring of 2023. The adaptation resilience training program is complete, and then so the next two projects are the energy programs, and right now we don't have any more information. There's the programs have been approved and the reports have been submitted. Food cycler program is complete. And then the next one is the sub-metering project at Civic Center and Omni. And we've been approved for FCM building monitoring grant and we're waiting for components. Again, with the CETC conference room audiovisual equipment, I already spoke to that. The offsite levy review, right now we need to wait for our transportation and other capital plans in order to be able to engage the, who are we engaging, Ken? We don't have a consultant yet, but
We will be engaging.
we will be engaging, but we do need this information before we can actually do the project. So it is, we have the projects that we need to be completed in order to move into this one are on the budget for 2023. Asset roadways, it's going to be done in the winter of 2023. So you have that project in the budget, 2023 budget for the master plan roadways. The water distribution project, there's the latest update is just it's in modeling and design is currently underway. Infrastructure assessment operating project 26. This we budgeted I think 135,000 for this assessment and has to do with the wastewater treatment plant upgrades and our possible pilot project. It says here that we extended the RFP to mid-January. So it was previously we were supposed to be awarded by mid-December, but we extended it to January of 2023. The stormwater assessment, so that's the assessment we did in order to decide what we were going to do with the 50th Ave project. And it's complete. I believe Abid said he had received the final report. When I did this, my report, we were still waiting on it, but I believe he has received it now. The next two projects, so controlled crossings and desludging of the lagoons are both complete. And sidewalks and trails, we talked a little bit about it, but it's in progress. It will be done in 2023. And 50th Ave projects will be started in the spring. And the common services, mobile equipment, we're waiting on those two items, as I previously mentioned. Cell 4E, working on designed. Murat Pond expansion, so the proposals have come back. An engineering firm has been selected and awarded. Landfill tipping fees, so we did, Sonny and I did work on comparing our fees to other similar municipalities that have landfills, and we did not feel that it was needed, that any changes were needed at this time. Of course, that may or may not change when we get a study done for the post-closure. The telephone system upgrade, so we are currently just waiting on TELUS for the renewal, because this is going to be an internet-based telephone system, so we're just waiting on in December when our renewal is coming up. Server replacement, the servers are here, we just are going to integrate them in when we have closure during Christmas holidays so that we don't have service interruptions. Tom's truck has been delayed. Whew. There's a lot of projects, a lot of projects.
Take a breath.
Okay, so the next page, all of them have been completed, so I'm just gonna go through saying what they are, and then if you have any questions, you can ask. So the first one is the breathing apparatus, the Canada Day, Volunteer Income Tax Program, Volunteer Appreciation Banquet, Community Event Grants, Good Neighbor Program, Snow Angels Community Mat Program. And then our final page has the Agents of Change Program, which is in progress. Program will continue once the energy coordinator position has been filled. The RFP Energy Performance, so that's underway. We're expecting it to be completed mid-December. So we've been, I think they've been working now for a month and a half or maybe 2 months. So we're hoping that will be completed in December. A review of special events permits policy, that project has been completed. And the last one on the list is that Cell 5 rehab, Cell 6 decommissioning. Cell 5 rehab's complete, Cell 6 decommissioning will now be happening in 2026. And scope has been changed with ISIP, and we are good to put that on hold for a couple years. Any questions on the projects?
Thank you very much for that. That was very lengthy and in
Yeah, it was
detail.
very-
I appreciate that
Yeah.
we can see the progress for these projects to see kind of if they've been completed, where they're at, where the projection is if they're not, right? So great job. Thank
Awesome,
you for
thank you.
that. I have a question from Councillor Ballas.
Thank you. Some of these projects says Energy Program Coordinator, which we do not have right now. So who's taking the lead on these and following that up?
So right now, I'm the point person for the SEEP, the Clean Energy Improvement, just because I was involved with it, but everything else is falling back on Ken in the meanwhile.
So, but the projects are getting completed. They're
Yeah, so anywhere where projects are in progress, they are still being worked on, yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor McGee?
Just to follow it up, so ICLEIE, and you've been involved in that? Is that right? So we're the only Alberta municipality to join the program, and we are needing to fill the energy coordinator position. So is that a granted position so that?
Sorry, which project?
The
It's
energy
an
coordinator?
Agents of Change program
Oh.
in the ICLEI Canada. We're the only community that joined.
I'm actually not involved with that program, so
Okay.
if you want more information on that, I will get Ken to quickly come up.
Sure, thank you, Ken.
That'd
If you
be
can
awesome.
come to
Thanks,
the
Ken.
mic.
The one I'm involved with is the
Which one?
clean energy improvement.
SEEP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
SEEP.
Morning, Ken.
Good morning. Yes, that project is currently in the application or the grant application process with the province. So they're still reviewing it. We just completed some additions to that application, and so they'll be getting back to us soon. But yes, we are pursuing that project, and when the energy coordinator comes on board, that will be part of that position's responsibility.
Right, and so it's both a provincial and federal grant?
I know it's provincial. I'm not sure what the federal commitment is.
Okay, and so do you know how much, is it like 200 grand or?
I don't know. No, we're not.
And if we don't get that, we're not doing the project.
That's correct.
Are you just checking on that, Elvira? Okay.
You can feed it back.
Yeah.
So we've applied for a grant.
It's a substantial amount, I believe.
I thought it was. It
Yeah.
was quite remarkable, I thought. That's why I think it's federal as well.
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks. Yep.
thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Evans?
Thank you. Was just curious about the landfill tipping fees. You had a look at what similar landfills were charging, and you looked at sort of the location in relation to other landfills.
Well, so we don't actually have that many landfills in Alberta. So I looked at Grand Prairie, Leduc, Redcliffe? Is it Redcliffe? Hinton, and I think that's about it. There might have been one other one. So I just looked at all smaller, so it's like town landfills. So I looked at Calgary and Edmonton, but their prices were astronomically higher and probably not comparable to us. So I looked at the other ones, yeah.
Could we, personally, I'd like to look at our tipping fees. I just think that, yeah, there's not a lot of landfills around. We're one of the few in the area. You'd have to go quite a ways to find another one. And I think we need to maximize that landfill as best we can. Could we have a quick look at that through the budget process, maybe? Just where, I don't want to throw a lot of work at you, but sort of the last 3 years or whatever, what our rates have been, and maybe you could just do the few other landfills you looked at, if you could give us their rates, and then we could maybe decide if we want to look at raising them. I don't disagree with your process there necessarily. Again, I'd just like to see us maximize what we've got left for time in that landfill. Keeping in mind that once we fill that landfill, we're going to be looking at a major process to find a new one.
Rob, did you have something to add?
One of the things we could also look at, Councillor Evans, is our comparisons were primarily with similar options, so municipally operated landfills. But the other thing that operates in that space is non-municipal landfills, for-profit organizations or Part 9 companies. And so we could do a comparison with those types to see if, in general, the municipal operations trend lower in rates. That very well could be because they have a history of being operated by an organization that subsidizes services. And so we can expand the comparison, because I know Elvira has the information to compare it to the municipal ones, but we could also compare to a couple of non-municipal ones to see what the trend looks like when you look at kind of more independently run.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Again, I just kind of want to take a good look at it, and if there's any opportunities there to maximize our receivables there. Thank you.
Councillor McGee?
And I think, Mr. Osmond, that's a commitment that's been made by administration to bring a report forward in January at some point that will speak to many of the topics. Have we committed to that?
I know Abbott has been working with Sunny to get a landfill operations report. But I think this particular piece around rates, we likely don't want to delay to that point, just because we'll want to have the rate discussion ahead of budget.
I was going to ask the same thing, yeah. Okay, perfect. So we will have a bit of a presentation coming to us in the new year in regards to the operations of the landfill, so that'll be fantastic. And then, yeah, if we can just maybe get a little bit more information on the numbers than prior around for budget, that'd be great. Are there any other questions? No, it looks wonderful. Thank you very much. So are you continuing on with the asset management update, or you're handing that over?
I'm handing that over to Ken, so
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
just gonna get him to sit here. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Elvira. Good morning, Ken.
Morning, Council. My name is Ken Froese. I've been the facilitator for our asset management program full-time since April. I was involved in the program prior to that, but have been working on it full-time since April of this year. I'm going to start by sharing my screen here, which I may need some help with to get the right thing I want up on the screen. Just gotta hit here. Okay. Here we go. So the goal today is to bring council up to date on where we are with the project, what we've accomplished so far, and then looking at what we need to do next, and also to go over, to actually look at the program itself and give you a demonstration looking at some of our assets. I'm not sure if you had that opportunity to actually see the product yet, so we'll wrap up at the end with showing that and answering any questions you may have.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
Now, I suppose it'd be advantageous for me to zoom in here a little bit. Am I able to make that larger on the screen for council? That's as good as we get. Okay,
We do have it in our packages too, so we
Okay.
can follow along with you.
perfect. Okay. This report I put in a few weeks ago, I'm just going to not go through the whole thing. I'll just kind of hit the highlights here. We'll start with what is asset management. The ultimate goal of asset management is to provide the town with better data and procedures to do the right thing to the right asset at the right time, reducing costly reactive maintenance activities and avoiding making short-term or short-sighted investment decisions. We also want to develop life cycle strategies that determine the optimum time to either repair, relife, or replace our assets to achieve the lowest cost of ownership. So that is our goal. I'm going to scroll down. There's some history there. I know you guys are aware of the history, so I don't need to go through that. Some of the inputs into the program are tangible asset policy and our asset management policy. These are what we use to determine what gets capitalized, what gets expensed, what are our default estimated useful life of each asset comes out of those policies. Our planning and development strategy or master plan, which I believe is on a 10-year cycle and is up for renewal next year, I believe, is when we'll be redoing that. So that's definitely one of the inputs into the process. Our GIS program and our citywide program and then the citywide basically brings all that together. It is linked to our GIS program and it gives us our financial, our physical, our life cycle and our maintenance information all gathered in, focusing on the assets. What are the steps required to have a functional asset management program? First, we need to define our management policies and guidelines, which we have done. I believe they're in draft form, waiting for approval, but they have been defined. And then we need to gather the asset information. What do we have? What condition is it in? And what is its replacement cost? Then we look at our future demands for the assets. And through that, we develop a life cycle strategy based on its current condition, our planning and development plans, and then what resources we have available, that being money and time and people. Where are we now in that process? We are basically right here. What do we have now? We're completing that portion of it. We were migrating all the assets from our old database into the new one, and that's complete now. We have roughly 5,400 assets moved in from the old database into the new one, plus an additional 3,000 assets on top of that, which were not in the old database, that we have brought into the new one, most of those being through our GIS application. What's left primarily is the new pool. We've been working with the project team there to get all our new pool equipment in. It's not in yet. I have the list, and I'm just waiting for some things to be done at the pool there so I can verify the list before we load them up into our database. The water treatment plant, we don't have any of the equipment of the water treatment plant in yet, and I'll be starting with Shelley on that next week to get all that in. Most of our HVAC equipment is in. There's a few that aren't in there yet, but most of our HVAC equipment is now in it. So we're just doing our final steps of getting in the assets that were not originally in the old database in the system. Once that's complete, then we need to start doing our condition assessments. What condition are the assets in? We have in next year's budget a line to start hiring consulting engineers to look at our particular asset types, to go through, say, for our roads, for example. They survey all our roads and not only tell us a condition of, say, 1 to 100, we actually give them the criteria, how we want it, so that when they give us the information, it'll fit seamlessly into the program. Right now, we're using a 1 to 100 scale. So we get a condition assessment of where it currently is, and then what are the recommended next steps for the asset as far as maintaining the asset. And we put that into our strategies for the asset as far as our life cycle and condition assessments. And then we talked about the master plan coming up for next year when that gets renewed. Okay. Any questions on that
Any questions?
at this point?
Councillor Ballas?
One, citywide, is that a program that's going to be adequate for long-term?
Yes. Yeah, I wasn't involved. The initial program was chosen before I got involved, but having worked with it now for a little over a year, it's a very good program and it continues to grow. Even our citizen request program is linked to that and runs through that. And we have other options like doing e-permits and, you know, so we're not using we're using a small portion of the program and we have room to grow within it. And it is also a municipal-based maintenance and asset-based program. So it's nice that it ties directly into, you know, what the operation here is.
And am I correct in saying that when a work order is done, it is also entered into that particular asset?
Yes, the work orders are primary way of, and I'll go through this, you'll see this a little more in the demo as it comes up. The work orders are primary way of recording history against the asset. So the goal is every time we touch an asset, we write a work order. And that work order records what was done, who did it, how long did it take, how much did it cost? And all this gets recorded against the asset. And then we can, going forward in the future, we can call up the asset and get a complete work history, you know, what have we all done against that asset? I'll be showing you our Olympia, which I know has been a topic in the capital discussions, and I'll show you the Olympia here shortly, and you can see all the work orders that we've done against that over the past year.
And that was my next question. Does the work orders go back to the time that the asset was originally purchased?
That is currently no, because we've only just recently had the assets actually physically in the system to put the work orders against. So the Olympia is kind of our best case scenario. We can go back about a year on that. But most of our assets currently do not have a lot of work recorded against them. And that's part of what our next steps now is going forward. Now that we have the assets in the system, to start to make sure that we have all work orders attached to them and start recording that history.
Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. Again, just for my understanding, so when we put the assets to the software, are we kind of doing a status of those assets and say, you know, they are in what kind of a shape, and are we can we predict in the future that these need to be replaced and all of that?
The program, that's our goal. Right now, we're just getting the assets into the system. We're not at the same time giving a condition assessment of them.
Right.
Initially, it was to get them in there and basically create a blank sheet, of which now we can start recording work against and doing the condition assessments.
Okay, so that will be the next step, would
Yes.
you say? Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you want to continue on.
Okay. Maybe what I'll do at this point is just go into the demonstration and I'll show you. We'll start with the Olympia, which is there. Okay.
Stop sharing.
Stop that. Okay. Okay. There, like that. Okay, now I think I can scroll in here for you and help you see what we're looking at here. Okay, right now we're looking at basically all our assets, all 8,500 of the assets. I can go in here and I happen to know the asset number, so I'll call that up. And we'll go in and look at the physical asset itself. Okay. So we have a lot of information that we can gather on the asset. You see, we start off with when we purchased it. It was 2015. What our original cost was
Sorry?
of just over $104,000 is what we originally paid for it.
Can we just kind of shuffle it over so we can see more?
Sorry, Nathan, could you close the participant list? That would give us another couple inches.
Okay, excellent.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, what you're seeing there is full screen at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So you can see you originally paid, when we purchased it, that historical cost of $104,000. The replacement cost, what we're currently used for replacement cost is just inflation. We have multiple ways of determining the replacement cost of an asset. The default is just to use the CPI tables from the point it was purchased and just inflate it forward. And then as we get closer to the time where we want to actually replace the asset, then we can get, physical quotes and get the actual real number of what the replacement cost would be. Okay. We're able to do a number of attributes, any type of information we want to attach to the asset, the model number, the serial number, the manufacturer. The mechanics also use this for recording the filter size, the oil type, any type of attribute we want to attach to the asset, which obviously saves us having to look them up in the future. We have the opportunity to attach any digital file we want to the asset. Right now, all we got in there is, I think, is the nameplate of the unit is all we see in there now. But we can, any kind of digital file, including an owner's manual or troubleshooting guidelines from the manufacturer, any kind of file like that, we can attach to the asset. Okay. I'm going to scroll down here and go to what we had talked about. You see, here's I'm going to go into the work orders here. I'm zoomed in a little too far now. I think I have to zoom back out. Here we go. So this is going back approximately 1 year. The Olympia was one of the original assets that we did put into the system. And you can see we have, at this point, 13 work orders against it, and the cost of each work order to a total of $9,100 that we've spent on the unit. This is going back to, most of these started back in the beginning of this year. There's one that I kind of entered retroactively here just last week, which was the emissions test from last year. But the majority of this is 2022 expenses. We are able to then link into any of the work orders from here. Like if we go up into this one here, this will take us to the physical work order. So we can see, what was the description? This was the emissions tests on the unit. Okay. We can go down here and look to see who was involved in it. In this case, it was Sam and Bob that were involved in it. Okay. We have all the notes from the job itself, starting from the very beginning when I put in the work order and give them the history of who we had used before when we had previously done this on the piece of equipment, and then they continually update as it goes. They contacted the manufacturer, the vendor. They had a date supplied on when the vendor was going. And what this allows us to do is at any given time, if somebody wants to say, where are we on that work order? They go into the notes and they can see the history and get, where are we on the process? And then this was the final note that we had got from the mechanic that was here doing our emissions test. And this is where he noted that in order to pass the test, they had to turn the RPM of the unit down, reducing the power. And that's twice now, this year and last year. Both times they had to turn the unit down to pass the emissions test. So this is a basic work order. And down here is where we would record the costs against the work order. So we have some time here that was from our mechanics that were involved in it. And at the bottom here, we have the invoice from the contractor when they were involved in it. We also often take the actual physical invoice from the contractor and we'll attach it to this work order. We'll scan it in because oftentimes the invoice has far more detail than we may enter in as far as all what was accomplished. So, Councillor Gramata, is this answering some of your questions from before? Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to the asset here. Okay, this is back now to that original, that front screen, and show you how we do some of the, what a condition assessment and what a strategy would look like for an asset. I'll go down to the strategy screen here. Now this shows, we assume right now we're using a scale of 1 to 100 for all our assets. We can use any scale we want and we can adjust the scale to fit the asset. But in this case, we're using 1 to 100. It usually starts based on the estimated useful financial life of the asset, but we do track financial life of the asset and physical life of the asset as two separate processes because they're not always the same. So in this case, from when we purchased it in 2015, we originally had a 15-year lifespan on which was not realistic, which recently has been adjusted to a 10-year lifespan on the asset. So that brings us originally back out to 2025. And you can see on the chart here, there was an adjustment. And what that was a condition assessment where we looked at and said, where is the asset currently today on this scale? And are we accurate? Are we better than we think we are, or are we not as good as we think we are? Okay. And that was done here in this condition assessment. Sorry, I have on my screen, I got to move this out of the way so I can see better. Okay. So you can see on the top here, we have the original financial assessment of it, and all our stuff is based on the reporting year of 2021. That's why we're 1 year out when you look at this compared to this. So the remaining life based on the financial is 10 years. But the remaining life on the physical is actually 2 years. And what that was I went into here where I said, do a new assessment. And I'm going to open this existing assessment up. And this is where we would do a condition assessment. Again, we can do this. This is on the Olympia. This can be a road, a sidewalk, a sewer line, anything like that. We put the date we did the assessment, who did it, and what the current condition rating. The way I came up with, and there's a note down here at the bottom. The way I came up with this number was based on Industrial Machine, who's the folks that did our last emissions test on it. Their recommendation for an ice resurfacer is that looks after 2 ice surfaces like ours is that they typically last about 5,000 hours. And ours is currently at 3,800 hours. So basic math says that we've used up approximately 77% of the asset based on hours. So when I did this condition assessment, I put in the value at 23% is what's remaining on the asset. And you always put in a note about, who did the assessment and where did that number come from? So we have the history on, was it an arbitrary number? Was it an engineering study? Where did that number come from? Go back to the strategy. So that's where this drop in value, this is done just this year, where you said financially we were at a 35, but physically we're actually only at a 23. And that drops down, and then it continues to drop down at the original rate. Now, there's been discussion on what we're going to do with the asset. I think one of the considerations is replacing the motor, which I think is around a $10,000 job to do that. When that happens, or if that happens, then we would do another condition assessment based on the feedback we get from the manufacturer that says, okay, now you're good back to, let's say, 80% of the original. So then we would do that, and you would see this line go up to 80% and then continue to then go down at the same rate. If we do nothing, originally we're kind of projected that within the next 2 years, we'll get to the point where we need to replace it. This can also be forward-looking. We can set up strategies here, like say this was a road that we had, say 20 or 25 year on the road. We can go create future events where the strategy is that we're going to do a mill and pave every 7 years, as an example, and we can also assign a value to that. And so this strategy can be forward-looking, where we say, okay, in 3 years, we plan on doing, process X, which will increase the life cycle of this asset by X amount, and then it projects forward from there. Any questions on that?
Perfect. Wow, it's very in-depth for sure. It shows us a lot of information. It's fantastic. Any questions, Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. Just so about the depreciation there, is it a formula that's built into the system, or we are kind of managing that ourselves, or?
It is initially just based on the estimated useful life. We say from the day we purchased it, it's going to last 15 years, right? We're also able to go off of, and it's something I haven't done yet, but I know it's able to do it. We can also go off of hours or kilometers or any other metric that we use on our equipment. And then this would be in a more of a real-time scale, that every time the mechanics touch the equipment, or every time we do a safety inspection on it, that we record the hours of the piece of equipment in the system, and then it continuously tracks that against whether it's, say, 5,000 hours for this, or let's say 15,000 hours in the case of an ammonia compressor at the ice plant. We can track that against it based on usage, not off of time.
Thank you.
Councillor McGee?
So we skipped over the history because it may not be of interest, but we owned the citywide program. I don't really understand that, but we owned it. And then we didn't have full buy-in or commitment from the organization, and we got secondary results. We had 5,700 assets, and we entered them incorrectly. The administrator left at 2021, and then we hired a full-time administrator in 2022. And in October 22, we have completed a certain part of that project. So there is a bit of that history that I would hate to see repeated. But my question is about the budget. This is a document that will stay live for a long period of time. And so do we have this position full-time for forever? Not forever, but forever.
So in the budget proposal, there is included in the budget, there is a plan on how we have the right human resources in place to continue to manage this program. So we have, so that council understands, we currently have in the position a GIS position. And what we've done is we've re-scoped that role so that it is an asset position with a focus in GIS. And as part of our continuing asset management piece, we also have an asset technician that specializes in the asset management software. And so both those positions are in the budget proposal. And that will allow us to make sure that the forward momentum we see in this program continues. So as you can see from Ken's presentation, what we have now is we have all the assets in the system. And now our next piece, in addition to dealing with some of our larger assets and breaking them into manageable parts, we now need to go through doing those condition assessments. So all the roads we understand from a straight line perspective where their life should be. But now we need an eyes on them project to do an updated condition assessment to understand whether they're trending above or below that straight line depreciation. As we get that information, this is the piece we've talked about previously, that as we put more of that information in, we get a better and better picture. The condition assessment stage is also what allows us to not have to go back through 10, 15 years worth of work orders and work done on an asset. So for example, if we look at any particular segment of road, it will have had work done on it since it was originally paved. But when we do the condition assessment, we set based on the condition, we set how much is left in that useful life, and we can begin the planning stage on that. So we don't need to go back and figure out all the times that crack sealing was done or when the last time it was milled, because we can go through and base those on the condition assessment. Once those are in place, as we can see from the chart on the Olympia, it gives us the ability to say, okay, well, now that we know the condition and we have all of the new information coming in with the work orders as we proceed, now we can better manage those assets. We have a better understanding now. When it comes to the Olympia, for example, we know how many hours we should be expecting. We can do condition assessments to evaluate whether it's trending above or below that straight line depreciation. And overall, our asset management just becomes much, much better. But a key piece of that is having those individuals, those asset technicians in place to make sure that we don't lose that forward pressure on the program to continue moving this to have better and better information.
Counselor, if I may speak to the commitment, there definitely is a commitment throughout the organization to the process now. You know, from Rob all the way down through the process, including a lot of our new folks that we've recently hired are very enthusiastic and eager to use the program. You know, that includes Abed, then we look at Billy with Public Works, Kelsey with the pool. I've spoken to all of them and they're all very eager to use the program. And folks even back, you know, Shelley from Utilities have always been a champion of this process, and Jen Garrick from Public Works. You know, so we have a lot of commitment right through the process now that wasn't there in the past, but now it's more of a, it's not a push anymore, it's a pull. The end users want to use the program and want to use it and they see the value of it, and they're asking continually, what more can it do for us?
Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. Once your condition assessment is completed, for budgeting purpose for council, I don't think we're going to go through 5,000 assets. Is there a summary and a recommendation, or how does that finally give us results?
We can run a report that says, show us all the assets that are, say, in the lower half of their life cycle, you know, or whatever number we want to pick, right? So that would be the way that would then try to bring the more important ones to light. And there's also a risk assessment portion of the program. I haven't used it yet, but I'm familiar with it, where we look at likelihood of failure and what happens if it fails. And then you end up with a risk assessment that way. If it's, you know, and it's just on a chart, you know, if it's not likely to fail, then it's not an issue. But if it is likely to fail or likely to cause a more serious failure when it happens, that also helps us prioritize on what happens next budget-wise.
Does it break down infrastructure, roads, water, sewer?
Yes. Yes. Facilities, equipment within the facilities.
We have to, I guess, trust the process as well, and the departments that know what's going on when it comes to the assets and what kind of belongs under their department, that they know what needs to be replaced, what needs to be repaired, and everything else. And I think, as Ken said, then those important pieces will come to us rather than 5,000 items. Did you have something to add, Rob?
I was just going to provide some context that when it comes to budgeting, essentially what will happen is the divisions will pull their asset information out and sort them by the priority for maintenance and replacement. For council, what we'll do is, because again, we won't ask council to go through 10,000 assets. They'll do that at the department level. But at the council level, what we'll come back with is a report to say, okay, look, here's the plan on how we address these priorities 10, 15 years into the future. So we have our things right now that are approaching end of useful life, and this is our strategy in the next 5 years in the capital plan. And then here's our long-range plan on how we manage this. So we won't ever give you a report of 10,000 assets and kind of review individual strategy, but we will communicate to you the overall strategy on how we keep assets from failing before we replace them.
Councillor Cabana?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just, again, I'm curious about the assets below ground. You know, I'm sure it's a little bit of a different process and probably will take longer. So just what's the process there, and when would we think that we will get there as well?
I think it's probably more of a budget constraint on that, and I'm just, and you correct me if I'm wrong, we do have money in next year's budget for it, and then we just need to decide, does it make sense to go to, say, to something like roads, right, which are more easily to assess, right, and I think that maybe is where we should start, you know, and kind of cut our teeth on that, right? And then from that go into, say, a company like ISL, who's very familiar with all our underground utilities, and start going through and assessing all our underground facilities. Often that's just done by age, and then also they can camera and you have other processes to give us the idea. And sometimes it's a matter of also capacity. It's a case where we need to, based on our future plans, you know, we need to upgrade them based not on its condition, but just the fact that it's no longer meeting the needs also.
The other piece that I'll add is that one of the things that we'll be capitalizing on is the camera work that we do in the regular course of business. So whether it's through a project like the water distribution project that we have on the go right now, when engineers are in cameraing lines to figure out flows and things like that, we'll capture that information and bring it in as to assist in those condition assessments. Because you're right, to sit down and simply camera every meter of underground utility we have, that'd be a very big project. It'd be costly and it will take a lot of time. So what we'll do is we'll, through the regular course of business, there's certain pieces of that will get done, and then we'll prioritize it based on the things we know. So we know, based on relative age, where our most likely trouble areas are. And, you know, some of our newer assets, we have a higher level of confidence that they're in good shape. So we'll use all of those strategies to help us move through that large amount of data input we have to collect over the next couple of years.
Councillor Evans?
Thank you. Yeah, I know there's also several ISL studies, hopefully kicking around somewhere, that look at the condition of our underground infrastructure and the recommended upgrading. Yeah, that the condition assessment is very important. It's the same old, same old. If it's garbage in, it's going to be garbage going out. So I think if we take the time and spend the money to make sure we build that rock solid database at the start, then we'll be successful at getting the information we want out at the end. So yeah, good job. There's a lot to go yet. But,
if I could steal 2 more
valuable.
minutes.
Sure.
Okay, I'll show you just because what I haven't shown you is the GIS portion of the program yet. Okay. What this graphic is showing is all our roads that we have currently in the database. All the green roads are roads that are town roads that are in the GIS that have been linked into the asset program. Okay. The red roads are county roads or provincial government roads. So this is the other aspect of the program that we use quite a bit is that we're able to actually link the GIS and the assets together and oftentimes for the GIS type like roads, sewers, that kind of stuff, easiest way to access the asset is to go to the GIS, go to this image here and pick it off the map, you know, as opposed to trying to find it off the big list here. Okay. And we can go down the side here and these are all the different layers we can look at. I'm just going to kind of zoom in on one here. So right now we're looking at roads, right? But we can also turn on, like, say, a sidewalk layer, and we can see all our sidewalks. And let's say we get a call from a citizen about the sidewalk, and they would like us to look at it. And before we go and look at the particular asset, we can get a history on the asset itself. So this allows me to click on the asset itself. It'll give us all the GIS information, which is the length, the width, you know, what it's made out of concrete. It's 1.5 meters long. It's 150 meters long. And from here, I can link back directly to the asset itself. This is the same screen that we were looking at the Olympia, just for a different asset. Now, for the sidewalks, we don't know when we put them in. So anything you see 1900, it's because we don't know. Probably roughly in the mid 50s is probably when that was done, but we don't know the exact date. So I don't guess if we don't know. Okay. And again, we can go down to look at the work orders, and we can see all the work orders that we've done against that asset, linking it back through the GIS. This one here was part of that sidewalks project that was mentioned in Elvira's report back. That's what that work order there is. And as things like this tend to happen, what happened after we repaired the sidewalk, we got a call from a citizen that says, hey, you know, I'm just down the street and my sidewalk needs some repair too. You know, and that's what this work order here is here put in, waiting for next summer when the next season for doing that is. So I just wanted to show you how we integrate the GIS portion with the asset management portion and how it's all linked there.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. I know that this is a priority when it comes to strategic planning and where we want to see the town go and how we get there and everything else. So we really appreciate you giving us an update and sharing how this piece of software work. And we're excited to see it only grow in the future. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving on, and we'll jump into our addition, which was 9.9, the corporate business plan.
Sorry, there was one more aspect to the financial report, and that was the customer service. A couple of pie charts were handed out to council.
Okay, yeah.
If we can just have 2 minutes to briefly tell council what they're seeing on the piece of paper, and then we
So
can.
that's the citizen request
Yeah.
metrics. Yep. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So the citizen request portal links directly to Citywide, in that when a citizen puts in something through the website, it creates a service request right within the program, which is like a pre-work order. Going back to when we first started using the idea of citizen requests, we have 310 that have been entered. This was before we started using the portal, the 310 number. The pie charts you see, though, are from when the portal went live, which was in August of this year. Since then, we've had 223 requests come in through either by phone or by the portal. And this first pie chart will show you the source. Right now, we're getting 44% of the citizen requests are coming in through the portal. So it's been received very well by the public. And then, sorry, it's 42%. And then the other major way that citizens contact us is through phone, so it's at 44%. Okay, and then the other chart will show you just the type of items that are coming in. As you can see, the recycle waste collection issue is still our primary one, which tends to be most of the time damaged garbage cans that are being reported. And I know we're in the process of either changing or looking at a different vendor for that. The general inquiry is always, you know, the kind of the catch-all, so we get a lot of those. And then traffic lights, ice and snow, road issues, and potable water issues are kind of the top issues that we can track on what are the folks. And we continue to involve the portal itself. Just last week, because we've had a number of concerns come in about the recycle center at the landfill. We've included that now on the drop-down list when they open the portal. They can go right to the landfill/recycle center and specifically address that concern through the system.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, this is fantastic. I know that this definitely helps with those citizen issues and concerns that are coming in. This is a way to be able to address them, to track them, to see kind of what's trending. You know, it's interesting when you look at this and you see that, you know, a large portion is residential waste collection, right? Like wouldn't have been my guess, right? So when you actually see the breakdown, it's quite interesting. So yeah, I think it's a great, I guess it's a software as well. So a great investment that we've put for sure. Did you have a question, Mila? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. just curious, thank you for the graph and everything. It's very clear there. But about, I guess, the completion of these requests and timeframes, do we have a idea of that as well? Right, and then how much of percentage that has been resolved?
Response time is very good. Some of the ones tend to have been. Sorry? So the request goes to the area manager looks at it. They then either contact the person back right away to get confirmation or to get clarification. They're able to answer their questions hopefully on the phone right away. If not, then it goes to a work order. And then we, say it's a pothole, that work order would go to the pothole crew. They will go out and resolve the issue. The pothole crew then puts in the work order what they did. That then goes back to the person who's going to contact the citizen, and they see the history in the work order that says, yes, Mrs. Smith, we had a crew out there last week or yesterday to resolve the issue. Was there anything else we can help you with? And that's kind of the circle.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. And I think before we continue on into the agenda, I think what we're going to do is we're going to break early for lunch. Lunch is here. And then when we come back, we will go right into, I think, 9 now would be our closed session. So then administration comes back a little bit later. We have 3 more items left on the agenda for decision items and then moving into department reports. So we will reconvene at, what time are we thinking? I guess we're going into close, so, yeah, okay. So we will just, I guess I'll stop here at 11:42 a.m. and we'll reconvene sometime after lunch then. And Rob has given you the times for that and the motions that were made, Pam? Okay, you'll do that after, perfect. And we do have a motion coming out of our closed session in regards to Public Works, and it is our snow removal policy. I am needing a motion from council, but first I will go to a bid. And if you could just walk us through a little bit of what those amendments are, please.
Okay. Madam Mayor, members of the council, as discussed in a closed session, we talked about snow clearing policy and we talked about sidewalks. I have distributed one page from the old policy, which is highlighted in yellow. And I have also distributed the updated policy with the changes in green. And so the only change we have made is in item number 4, procedure, sidewalks / trails. So I'll read the changes made or the updated ones. We are saying that walking trails will be cleared in a timely fashion in accordance with this policy, observing the priorities as set out in Schedule F. We have also distributed the updated Schedule F. As per our community standards bylaw 2022-06-P, clearing of snow and ice on sidewalks adjacent to the private property are the responsibility of the property owners.
Okay, thank you. So the yellow was the.
Was the previous one.
Was the previous and
The green one is the updated.
Is the amended.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. And then the map that you have here is the schedule.
Is the
that-
updated one,
Is
Schedule
the
F.
updated schedule. So are there any questions on the amendments to this snow removal policy? It's just the word amendment here. Counselor McGee?
And this amendment and communication will happen when? When are you going out to the public and when are you expecting to put this?
So to the chair, Council McGee, if council approves this, we will work with the communication department today and we will issue the communications today or tomorrow morning on our website as well as the social media. And the letters, I think we discussed.
So we'll get started on the communications right away. The first piece is to go out. We can probably get turned around in a day or so. But if we're going to do a direct mail piece, then that will take us a little bit more time. But the goal will be by December 1st, we'll have all the information out.
Okay, so can I get your mic, please? Counselor Ballas, just wait. I'm just going to finish up with Counselor McGee, please. That's it? You're good? Okay, Counselor Ballas, did you have a question?
Just following up on what Councilor McGee was saying, January 1st is going to be implementation date?
So the bylaws are already in place today, but we will delay enforcement until January 1st.
And that's what communications will state.
That's right.
Yes, will say.
So the bylaws have been in place all along. When's the last time we updated that bylaw? Do we know, just kind of
The
offhand?
community standards bylaw was
Oh,
updated in 2022, but the particular section predates the 2022 amendment.
It does predate it. Okay, I just wanted to know how far it goes back.
June of 2022, it was updated.
Yeah, it was updated, but the particular piece that we're speaking to hasn't been changed in
Long time.
a very long time. Okay, perfect. So this is just an amendment for the snow removal policy for the procedures around our sidewalks and trails, speaking to Schedule F of that policy. Okay, if there's no other questions in regards to this, I'm going to need, Ostra.
One final point. So if we have enforcement, and I see some snow coming between now and the 1st of January, we would then be out with enforcement saying, by the way, you're responsible for this, we'll expect this, and this is the date. So it's an opportunity. Yeah?
That's,
Yeah, something we often refer to as soft enforcement, right? So not tickets, but education-based enforcement.
Okay, perfect. So if there's no other questions, what I'm needing is a motion for the amendments to the snow removal policy. Counselor Gamana?
Thank you. I would like the vote to be recorded, that's all.
Okay, Counselor Gamana would like the vote to be recorded. Is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion for these amendments? The motion is just to, it's a motion that came out of close. So the motion is to amend what would be the wording? Just amend the snow removal, amend the procedures, number 4, under sidewalks, trails, Schedule F for the snow removal policy. Okay, perfect. Counselor Sheriffs?
I'll make the motion to amend the procedures in number 4, set out in Schedule F as presented.
As presented, does that sound about
in,
right?
in the snow removal policy number T02-22.
That would be wonderful, yes, and that, to include snow removal policy.
Snow removal policy. I don't have that number here.
T, it's on the very first page, T-02-22.
Okay, policy T02-22.
Okay, did you get that, Pam? Okay, perfect. Any comment, question, or debate on that motion? Counselor Gamana?
Just no, thank you. I just wanted to, I understand where we are going and the importance of changes. It's just that I couldn't support this motion on the grounds of consistency, fairness, and my preference of addressing the reason I think we could have addressed differently. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comment, question, or debate on the motion? I would just add that we have given a date of January 1st, so I think it's important that we're communicating this to the best of our ability so that the businesses and residents know that there will be a change to this. I guess it's not so much a change since there is already a bylaw in place, so it'll be more of an enforcement that will no longer be providing services for these areas and that we are expecting the business owners or the residents to be responsible for their own snow removal. I think just as long as that communication piece goes out, it's very important. And, whether it's through letters, emails, or however we get it out, so everybody's fully aware of that. And I am supporting this as I feel that everybody is responsible for their own property and their resident and their business. And I think it's, this way it ties, or it gives our parks team a little more ability to be able to be in the places that we feel are important when it comes to the quality of life, like our trails and our ice skating rinks and things like that. They'll be able to focus more time on there rather than where they're at right now. So there's a motion on the table for the amendment, and I will ask all in favor. That is, oh, all opposed? That is carried. Sorry, I almost missed you there. Okay. After, yeah, I'll sign it after. Yeah. Okay, perfect, thank you. Yeah, she recorded that. Okay, perfect. So that was the motion. And then we did miss another motion right before lunchtime. We did have, yeah, I know, I didn't know that we missed it. Right before lunch, we had a Q3 finance report from Elvira. And then we had kind of jumped to Ken and we had that asset management update as well. And we missed a motion in there to be accepting this as information. So that was for 9.7, if you kind of just go back to your agenda. And I'll be looking for a member of council to accept this as information, a motion. Councillor Ballas? Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on that motion? None? Then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Now we should be brought up to speed. And we will now move into our daytime shelter and service. Oh, sorry, we're doing our corporate business plan. Sorry, Lola. We've kind of jumped all around the agenda here. And then just a note too that we were also waiting on our delegation from RCMP, Acting Staff Sergeant Ryan Hoopner, and he's not coming today as well. So he won't be coming later in the agenda. So if anybody's waiting or anticipating there, the stats are presented in front of you, and you can save your questions for the next meeting. And so we'll just jump into the corporate business plan, and that is Mr. Osman.
Thank you very much. So I have the update for the third quarter of 2022 for the strategic plan and corporate business plan with a total of 106 projects on the corporate business plan. I will spare you from reading through them individually, but I will provide you with the information that as of the end of the third quarter, we do have 33 complete projects. That puts us at just about a third. So this was a 4-year plan. It was a little front-loaded, but we've seen excellent progress with 33 projects complete. We do at this point have 19 delayed projects. However, I expect that about half of those resolve themselves before the end of the year. I have provided in the colored description below each project, all the delayed ones are highlighted in orange, and it identifies whether or not we're looking to push the date to the future or whether we expect them to be wrapped up this year. So total of 106 projects. We have about a third complete, and we're making great progress against these. They are divided into the 9 priority areas identified in the strategic plan. And many of the projects that are scheduled for 2023 will contain a description that identifies as the required budgetary funds are in the proposed 2023 budget and are now just pending approval of those funds for them to proceed. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions on the strategic planning and corporate business plan update? Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. I guess, thank you for giving us an update. And like you're saying, I can see most of them move forward. My question is that some of them hasn't, and I guess the administration give us priority to move the other ones forward?
Yeah, so there's the delayed projects are the ones that had deadlines in 2022 that we don't anticipate, or that aren't complete at this time. Some of them, we were able to, if I look at the infrastructure page, for example, there's a number of projects there where we've completed the majority of the work. And what we're waiting for is either policy or bylaw documents that need to come to council. And because of their lateness in the year, we're uncertain now whether we'll be able to get them in front of council before year end. So we'll delay the presentation until the new year. There are some, if you proceed further through the report, some of the projects, for example, under Priority 8, Organization, Culture, and Operational Efficiencies. Throughout the year, we have had at different times staff turnover has led us to struggle to make progress against some of these projects. And so now that we have a full complement of staff, we're confident that we'll be able to get these back on track, but the original deadlines we're going to struggle with. There was actually a project in this section that identified the need for us. It's just towards the end of the 2022 projects. It's identified as blue because it's fourth quarter project addressing staff capacity challenges. Because we did implement this this corporate business plan midway through the year, one of the things we needed to look at was our ability to meet the deadlines within. So we think that the majority of the stumbles that we will have are happening now, and we're confident that as we move forward, we'll be able to get everything caught up and deliver the remainder of the plan on time.
Any other questions? No, okay, then I am looking for a member of council to accept this as, you're looking for a motion to accept it as information? Okay, perfect. Is there a member of council that'd like to make that motion? Councillor Evans?
I'll make the motion that council accepts the strategic planning and corporate business plan update as information.
Thank you very much for that. Any question, comment, or debate on the motion? There is none, then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried, and we will continue to move on to 9.10 is the Daytime Shelter and Services Hub. This is you now.
Thank you, Mary Dodds. Good afternoon, council
Good
again.
afternoon.
On October 17th, administration initiated a request for proposal process with the goal to find a community group or organization to deliver a daytime shelter program. The first objective is to reduce the harms of weather on unsheltered individuals and to provide a safe, secure space for people, for example, users of the shelter pods, when they leave in the morning to go to. The second objective is to develop a service hub model where services such as addictions and mental health counseling, resource navigation for provincial supports, resume building, medical services, and other services that can be made available in-house. The deadline for submission was on October 31st, 2022, and one proposal was received from the DV Daytime Shelter team. This team is now established and took on the status of the Homelessness and Poverty Reduction Team Society, currently in good standing and managed by an independent board to operate as the legal entity, and is in a collaboration of Warming Hearts, the Life Church, DV Alliance Church, Calvary Baptist Church, Drayton Valley RCMP, AHS, and IGA. There are 3 expected outcomes of this program. Individuals using the daytime shelter program will have access to healthy, safe, and secure environment and assisted to have their basic needs met, such as food, clothing, and showers. Individuals using the program will no longer be in survival mode. With services available in-house, they will have the opportunity to begin to address the issues that are preventing them from being housed. And we're looking at the instances of survival crime will decrease. Warming Hearts would be acting as the lead organization and has a proven history of success. Last year, Warming Hearts ran a daytime shelter at Life Church. Currently, they still meet there every Thursday. Unfortunately, Life Church is not able to host the program, and now as winter approaches, or is here now, they submitted their RFP in response to a plan for a permanent daytime shelter. The team is proposing a daytime shelter program that will operate between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. daily. The shelter pod hours are 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. The two programs, daytime shelter program and shelter pods combined, will provide shelter 24 hours per day. They anticipate 25 to 40 guests daily. However, they are aware that now as of today, 90 unique individuals have used the shelter pods since June and will be prepared to accommodate for more. Food, shelter, and washroom facilities will be provided, as well as a small amount of supervised storage. The program will be managed by one coordinator who will work with a large group of volunteers. Community services and FCSS staff will support the program by providing the coordination of support services to be available within the program location and training for staff and or volunteers working in the daytime shelter program, such as de-escalating potentially violent situations, naloxone training, and mental health first aid. The location, the team is proposing that the program run in the facility connected to the Bottle Depot, which was previously used by the Beehive. That's at 5225 55A Street. As a secondary option, they proposed the front bays of the old Public Works building, including the adjacent washrooms and storage room. At this time, they were unable to find a suitable third option where a landlord is willing to rent the building to this program. The team has cited numerous benefits to the former Beehive building. It comes equipped with an on-site kitchen for Warming Hearts to use to prepare food. It has numerous rooms that could be used as spaces for the in-house service provision piece. It's within walking distance of the shelter pods, and it's in close proximity to the RCMP. The old Public Works building has some benefits along with some challenges. It is in very close proximity to the shelter pods. It is right across the road from the RCMP. It has no office space for service providers to use or kitchen space for preparing foods. Adding a day program on the site may add additional stress to the surrounding neighborhood. The daytime shelter team is aware of some of the challenges that may arrive and will have a small group of ambassadors in charge of community relationships to try to prevent or solve any problems that occur within the surrounding neighbors. The daytime shelter team volunteers will also assist with transitioning individuals who are staying at the shelter pods to the daytime program. This will be beneficial for clients of both programs and surrounding businesses. An added benefit to the daytime shelter and shelter pods working in tandem is that the program rules offer continuous reinforcement of positive behavior in the community. So the financial request in this proposal is for the town to only cover the cost for the rent and utilities for the space. All necessary food and supplies to operate the program will be supported with donations through Warming Hearts. So the request is $48,000 to be funded from the Provincial Rural Winter Shelter Program grant. The daytime shelter team agrees to comply with all occupational health and safety requirements, policy, and procedures of the town. They will provide proof of liability and property insurance should their proposal be accepted. Community services will provide staff for 1 day a week to support the team with access to training, coordination of services, and reporting required by the Government of Alberta. This will be covered by the Rural Winter Shelter Program grant. FCSS staff will provide navigation services at the location approximately 1 day per week. So the recommendation by administration is that council direct administration to move forward with the service agreement with the Homelessness and Poverty Reduction Team Society based on the proposal between the town and the Drayton Valley Shelter Team to provide a daytime shelter program at 5225 55A Street with support funding of $48,000 for 1 year and funded by the Government of Alberta Rural Winter Shelter Program grant.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions for administration? Okay, well, I'll start with, Councillor McGee.
I have a number of questions. One, I'll start with Lola, is the communication. You'll communicate with the local landowners. You talked about ambassadors that will be doing some of that work. So that will be directly in the court of the folks that are putting the facility together.
Yes, and I believe some of that has already started. We actually have one of those ambassadors in the room, right now. Yeah, and
Welcome,
I
thank you for
believe they've
coming.
already started some of that work already, some of that communication piece.
And you talked also about the fact that sometimes people might be reluctant to rent to this particular kind of activity. We do have somebody that's saying yes. Do you know if that person is local or not?
No, I believe that person is from outside of our community.
Okay. Okay. And do you know, and would you be able to comment on what the town will be paying to move this forward?
So the only request of the town is the $48,000 to cover the rent and the utilities for the building. There's also going to be some staffing costs as well. However, we were fortunate enough to receive the provincial rural winter shelter program funding from the provincial government. So those costs will be covered under that provincial grant.
So let's talk a little bit about the $180,000 grant from the GOA. That will, it floats into us or into FCSS. I'm not sure where it goes. But then out of that, the 48,000 will come out of that 180.
Yes.
And then what do you do with the rest?
So then there's also the shelter pods.
So that's
So the
what-
operating costs for the shelter pods will come out of that funding, the 1 day a week for staffing to provide all the administration and the training and all those types of costs will also come out of that funding as well. And as you know, things flex and change as we move forward, as we try to come up with new solutions to try to mitigate some of the challenges that we're having. And oftentimes those things are with a dollar value. For example, the cost of having someone now to come in to be able to lock the facility. So we have somebody coming to unlock the gate at night and then coming back again in the morning to ensure that folks are getting up and on their way by 9 o'clock. That's an additional cost. So there's some extra funding that isn't allocated yet, but it's going to allow us some, I guess a slush fund to address things as they come. Storage is another thing. Storage is another thing that we've talked about. So perhaps we might use some of that funding for some storage or we have 1 year, so.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lola.
Wonderful,
welcome.
thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Sheriff?
So the warming center, it is going to be sort of a bridge to help the unhoused get help and get on their feet and hopefully maybe get jobs and so forth. And at the meeting yesterday, the Spruce Grove people came out and they mentioned that system that they use, the ETO,
Yes.
right? Will you be looking into getting that too?
The software, yes.
Software?
Because in the past, we've tried to gather statistics around our homelessness population, but it's very difficult whenever, we can only capture what we can when they're coming into office. But because we'll have them in one place and services coming in, it's the perfect opportunity to start gathering that data so that we can go to provincial government, go to, other government entities, I guess, AHS, to make a case for additional supports here. So we will be looking at getting some software for sure, so that we can start tracking, what services do they need, what's the root causes, all those kinds of things. So I'll be working with Spruce Grove. And perhaps, again, the software might be something else that some of that additional funding that can then be used for.
Thank you, Monica. So who will be delivering, or how, I guess, I know that we had mentioned this in the past, delivering like mental health and addiction resources and services? How will they kind of be delivered? Is it the responsibility of us to coordinate those, or is it going to be the group themselves?
Yeah, no, we'll take on that piece. Again, meeting with Spruce Grove yesterday, They are in the process of doing the very thing that we're gonna be doing. They have templates of MOUs that they're currently trying to work with Alberta Health Services and PCN and other service providers in the community. So fortunately, they have something that they're using already, and we'll be working to try to create those relationships and partnerships as well to come into the shelter program. So we'll take on that piece because they've got lots to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then, so we have to send in a report because we received this money from the province. We have to send in a report daily, is that
It's
correct?
daily. Yeah,
So-
they're looking for a number of, so for the day program, they want number of clients served and nighttime number of heads in beds. And that they require that daily. So there's a pretty heavy administrative piece
Yeah,
to
that's where,
reporting.
that's where that position that will help support that
Yes.
will come from is to write those reports and things.
Yeah.
And then, so the homeless and poverty reduction team, are they then writing these reports as well and then giving them? Is that what the expectation is? Is that they'll be giving us daily reports as well on the status of the?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah.
And then we get the information from that?
Yes.
Okay, got you. And then also, has the group gone out or will they be going out door knocking for like the adjacent landowners and neighbors around the buildings and things like that?
I believe they've started that. Have you started? Yes?
With us, as far as, and do our best to navigate and be ambassadors with them, so that if there's any issues at all, here's the number. Again, we have to get the phone, and the whole point of this meeting, of course, is to make, this target, and we're gonna do that. And myself and another individual, named Kelly Forrester, we're gonna go and visit all the people and offer ourselves as again, the liaison to them and to be, to also assure them that our response will be quickly.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So yeah, the intention, just in case we have a couple of people online didn't hear, is that the intention is to be going out and having that communication and that open dialogue. Councillor Sheriff, did you have another question?
I did, to those daily reports, the ETO, I'm not sure what it stands for, but what it does is every time a person comes through the door, they get their information, what brought them there. If they have an addiction, mental illness, whatever, how long they stayed, what counselor they met and all that stuff. So I think that will help not only understand where they came from, if they're local or from out of town, how many we have, age gaps, with all that stuff. So I think it will help with the report, the daily report to the provincial government too.
And then does
Help them
that,
see what we deal with.
and then does that track then, let's say, maybe what their areas of concern are, if they're struggling with
Yes,
addiction or
yeah.
mental health?
That's exactly
And
what
then
it
it'll
does.
say whether they've received the, the help or the treatment or whether, and then that way you can say somebody spoken, it shows all that?
Yes, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to keep a record of each individual that comes through the door, what help they requested, what brought them to the shelter, age gaps and such, so forth.
Yeah, that's huge. That's really fantastic. And then you're
Yes.
able to see, we talked about this in the past where, we've had all these individuals in one room, but didn't quite have the resources or the services, right, to make sure that they're getting out of the situation that they're in. So now to be able to have, all these different things in place is fantastic, right? Then I think it just enables much more greater of success for each individual, right? And I think that's where my question and concerns come from, is that now that we have all these individuals that are going to be, part of this program, we have a day program and we have an evening program, just to ensure that they're getting the services and the help, right, that they need, and it's just not a temporary, I guess it is a temporary, it's not a long-term, I guess I should say. It's a temporary, to get them to be where they need to be.
And
in the
I think a
future.
key point that was brought up by Spruce Grove yesterday as they're, in the middle of doing it as we speak, is that a space like that provides the opportunity for service providers to build relationships with those folks. So, for example, if folks come from Opportunity Home, they might not walk up to their door and knock on the door and say, I'm ready to come in, let me in. However, if those folks are over at the day program, having coffee with them and chatting with them and building a relationship and then talking about that program, they're more likely to then reach out and get themselves registered in.
So then how do all the groups, I mean, I guess I'm assuming that all the groups already know that they're going to be at this location and that now to go, like you said, Opportunity Home. So now that they know they're there, they'll frequent by and have a coffee, or another group, if let's say women, women's shelter or something, of women, domestic violence, or something, people will cycle through and kind of start to say, these are the services outside of the town of Drayton Valley, like the services that we're going to be providing. How does somebody else get there, or are they just going to go?
We're gonna try to coordinate that
Okay.
somewhat. But on that note, another organization that is actually outside of Drayton Valley that has been trying to come to Drayton Valley and access folks is the Elizabeth Fry Society.
Okay.
So we can expect, because of there's a location that organizations even from outside our own community resources that we don't typically have, because they have a space and an audience, I guess, they're gonna start coming, so.
And remind me again what organization that does, what services they offer?
Elizabeth Fry Society provides all sorts of resources, especially for women experiencing violence. They can provide loans for if there's legal issues. They can go to court with women. There's some for services for men as well, but their primary target is women.
Oh, great, that's fantastic. And then another question is, who will be responsible for the delivery and cost of the training that's mentioned in here? It talks about de-escalating potentially violent situations, naloxone training, and mental health first aid. Is that the group themselves are required to have all this training? Or are we assisting with it, and who's kind of the cost?
So we can bring that in, and whatever cost is incurred, again, we can cover under this grant.
Okay, can go under the grant. Okay, gotcha. Okay, are there any other questions in regards to this? Counselor McGee? Oh, Counselor Gamana?
Okay, thank you. No, it's nice to hear that there's another initiative coming forward to help our vulnerable. There's no one in the world that when they graduate, they think, oh no, I need to be homeless, right? This is good to see that there's some more help coming. My question is that, I guess the location that the first pick, I believe it's the Beehive building. Are there any other organizations or somebody else? Would there be, or is it just this will be the only thing that's happening on that building?
So no, that would be the only organization in that building with the bottle depot attached.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the old Beehive building.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So the old Beehive? Okay, next to the bottle depot. Okay, it's the same structure, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I got confused for a second there. I was like, which one? Counselor McGee?
There's been some concerns raised a little bit about liability and insurance and WCB and those kinds of things. You've addressed, I think, most of it there. I think the bottom line is that responsibility will lie with the society.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm needing a motion from a counselor here in regards to this report. Counselor Clark?
I will move that council direct administration to move forward with a services agreement based on the proposal between the town and the DV Daytime Shelter Team to provide a daytime shelter program at 5225 55A Street with support funding of $48,000 for 1 year, which is funded by the Government of Alberta Rural Winter Shelter Program grant.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? Counselor Ballas?
Yeah, thank you. I believe the agreement should be with homeless poverty and reduction.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
Yeah, the actual legal agreement will need to be with between the town and the Homelessness and Poverty Reduction Society, yes.
as a friendly amendment. And secondly, if we could make it, I'm not sure if we want to make it subject to OHS approval and liability insurance being provided.
Okay, Pam, did you capture, there was 2 suggested friendly amendments? Okay, what was the first one again, Bill, that you said?
Yeah, the Homelessness and Poverty
Rather than the
Reduction
DV
Society.
Daytime Shelter Team?
Yes.
Okay. So just a change of the name there, and then the addition of,
My, my thought would be that the agreement will actually contain a large number of stipulations that would have to be required for the grant transaction to take place. And so I'm not sure that adding just a couple of those requirements to the motion kind of speaks to it. It does say that we have to have an agreement, and the agreement will have a series of requirements.
I just want to protect the town's position as far as any liability that could be possibly thrown our way should there be an incident or and it's provided. So just CYA.
Okay.
okay, so Councillor Clark made a motion, and Councillor Ballas then asked for a friendly amendment on that motion. And Councillor Clark, are you accepting the friendly amendment?
So I just have one question. So OH&S, what would be the role of OH&S there? Or are you thinking like AHS health inspection, or are you thinking more like?
Now, when we spoke to Spruce Grove yesterday, because there's food being provided and so on, that just to protect your own position, that occupational health and safety should be involved and do an inspection of the premises. And that was, they said they got actually legal opinion, and that was
Who got legal opinion, sorry?
Spruce Grove when they did their hub.
Okay. Are you making a comment to that? Just clarity? Sure.
I agree with Colin. I think Alberta Health Services would inspect food, like food preparation, to make sure that that's being safely done. OH&S would come in if there was an incident to rule on it, but I'm just not familiar with occupational health and safety doing a pre-inspection or sort of an approval.
And I'm certainly no expert. I'm just going on what the comments were made from the Spruce Grove organization yesterday. So, yeah, like I say, I'm no expert on it.
So are you willing to remove that portion of your amendment?
Absolutely sure.
Absolutely sure. So your amendment would include just for, to ensure that liability and insurance is in place then? Okay, Councillor Clark is going to accept that. So am I making 2 motions, or are we making one since there was a friendly amendment?
Because the friendly amendment was
Was
accepted, we can just proceed with the amended
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so there is an amended motion on the table. And did you capture that, Pam? Okay, perfect, thank you. So I will now ask if there's any comment, question, or debate on the amended motion. Councillor McGee.
Just one comment. I think we're ready. It's coming fast, the date. I hope the folks will be ready to take in our clients. And I note that the minister, Jeremy Nixon, has been invited. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
I had the pleasure of meeting Minister Nixon at the FCSS conference because the funding that we're receiving for the Rural Winter Shelter Program funding is also within that ministry. I took the opportunity to go and shake his hand and thank him for supporting Drayton Valley. And I said, hey, you should come out for a visit and come and see the pods and come and see the day program. And he said he'd be happy to. MLA Mark Smith was there as well, so he said, I'll have my office line it up. So yes, he is coming to visit us in January.
Nice. There
Yeah.
you go. Well done.
Yeah, it's nice to see that this is all coming together, and by December 1st, it's a deadline that's approaching fast, so we're hoping that we can see that be opening up, and whatever we have to do to make it happen, I'm sure that this team will do. They've been very excited and passionate about this from day one, so I have no doubt that they'll be able to pull this off. So with that motion being on the table with the amendment, I will now ask all in favor. And that is carried. Okay, wonderful. And we'll keep moving on to 9.11 is the new Aquatic Center amenity sponsorship rights agreement for approval. Maybe we'll just have a 1-minute break. We're jumping back into 9.11. And this is you, Hans, for the new Aquatic Center amenity sponsorship rights agreement.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the rest of council. So in front of you, there's the request for 3 additional sponsorship agreements to be ratified by council regarding sponsorships for the aquatic facility. So the fundraising committee has on continuous efforts to raise more funds to the project that will help us fund this new facility for the community. All Choice Rentals has already received 2 sponsorship agreements for their contribution, which are in-kind donations, and they are still ongoing. So the request in front of you is for one section of the bleachers and the spinners, we call them the the bathing suit spinners. Those are at the value in total of $25,000. The overview of their contribution in kind is attached as a attachment to this report. The other company, the Sharon Insurance and Financial Solutions, Inc., has also requested to be a sponsor of one of the other sections of the bleachers at a value of $15,000. So with that, you have in front of you 3 sponsorship agreements to be signed towards the total cost of this project that we call our new Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So are there any questions in regards to this sponsorship rate agreement? Councillor Kamana?
Just a clarification, so the first one in kind, but the second one actually they're funding it, right?
That's correct. The first 2 are in kind and the third one is straight dollars.
Councillor Ballas?
So the in-kind, is that ongoing equipment that is there, or is this new equipment that's being provided?
These are costs, thank you for that question. These are costs for equipment that's been provided already ongoing throughout the project and let's say additional rental costs for those equipments needed for completion of the project.
Thank you.
Councillor Kamana?
Sorry. I guess just for clarification, when there is in-kind donations from any business, have there been any discussion that will in the end equate to naming rights or any kind of understanding?
Yes, the fundraising committee has had that conversations. Not every business that did in-kind donations would go for that direction, but it has been discussed with people or businesses that provided in-kind donations.
Councillor Evans?
Yeah, I have a technical question here. Can you tell me what a bathing suit spinner is?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, thank you. So it's a small spinner that's attached to the wall when people come out of the dressing room area and before they put their wet bathing suit in their bags to take them home. It's a simple spinner basically that they can do that, close the lid, spins for a couple of seconds, and then it's more dry before you take it home in your bag.
You could put your bathing suit back on if you wanted after spinning it and wear it home. Councillor McGee?
Just to follow up to Councillor Gamana's question on currently, ACR, All Choice Rentals, is the only one that has been looking for and using the in-kind donation opportunity.
That's correct.
Others have had conversations, we just haven't reached that stage yet.
Thank you. So some other in-kind donation companies even chose not to do that, not go even that route, even if they have the opportunity and saying, hey, we're doing this not to seek that recognition or added up the dollars to see what that would be.
Understood. Thank you.
So because these contributions are made in kind, and I think this question was asked before and I don't recall what the answer was, and our contractor for the pool then, how does that money work when that money now, because it was an in-kind rather than cash, goes back into the pool of money and then that increases their pool of money that's being made for revenue, or is it split, or how does that work? Like, where does that go and how does that cost kind of being tracked through the project as a sponsorship?
Thank you. So the costs are tracked as a regular cost towards the project. So that means that they are tracked towards the project in total. So if you would take cash donations, they would be straight dollars. Towards the project means if there's cost savings based on that, that would be part of the 50-50 split that we have, of course. So good to remember is that in-kind donations will always be a different value then some business or somebody would cash dollar donations towards this. So there is a difference, but it's towards the full project. So that means that's part of the 50-50 split of cost reduction.
Okay, are there any other questions? If not, then I'm looking for a motion from a counselor. Counselor Sheriffs?
I'd like to make a motion that council approve the sponsorship rights agreement between the town and All Choice Rental Limited for the bathing suit spinner and the bleachers ×1 opportunity, and between the town and the cooperators, Charon Insurance and Financial Solutions Incorporated for the bleachers ×1 opportunity.
Thank you very much for that. Any question, comment, or debate on the motion? None, then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Okay, and I believe that is it for our decision items, right? I didn't forget anything? As I said, the delegation won't be coming today. Our decision items are wrapped up, and that moves us into our department reports, starting with planning and development. Mr. White.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, Your Worship
afternoon.
Council. We're continuing to work collaboratively with the airport to search for grants for the runway improvements and the electrical servicing and the new terminal building. There's been great progress on the building audit. This is just about complete, and this report will be in our hands mid-December. And this report will ultimately support the asset management activities and the land and facility master plan. Speaking of the master plan, land and facilities, we're continuing to work in the MDP. That plan, along with the downtown revitalization plan and the transportation and servicing plan, are all being worked on to support the MDP. One thing we are seeking is a couple of names from the community to sit on our advisory committee when we move into the engagement stage next year. So if council has any ideas towards those representatives that could be on this committee, please let us know and we'll approach them. Basically, the requirements is that they're a resident and have an interest in the future of the town. So, and then finally, just as you've seen in the activities this morning, we had some deck and garage variances and home-based businesses and MR dissolution. We have the redistricting for that property at the next council meeting. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Councillor McGee?
Quick one, Madam Mayor, so the intention is 2 names from the community to sit on the advisory committee. You'll go out to some sort of media to ask that question, or will you bring names forward? Or?
We don't have a hard plan for searching. We're just looking for somebody that would be really interested and valuable to the team, and we'll find them somehow.
I like that. Somehow we'll find them.
Yeah, somehow.
Any other questions for Ken? No, well, thank you very much for your report. We'll move on to Municipal Services Department report. Abid?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so parks, they have done the snow removal on their trails and everything. Snowflake lights and festive lights are being installed, or most of them are installed. DB land mulching tender was done. We got 3 quotations from Tassie Cats, Gen 7, and Winnie Bobcat. And the lowest was Tassie Cat. Public Works, 90% of the snow removal was completed. And Christmas wreaths and festival lights were installed. And on the utility side of things, they have been very busy with all the maintenance work, winter maintenance work, and all the pumps were checked, and flow meter verification has been performed on all wastewater meters, and they were all verified. Flow meter verification on the water treatment plant, flow meter verification has been performed on all flow meters at the water plant. And they were confirmed to be working properly. Pressure reducing valve maintenance was performed at the water treatment plant, and all valves were functioning properly. Water distribution side of things. Plans are being made to do pressure reducing valve inspection in the distribution system. Total of six inspections are required. This will be scheduled for November 24, which is tomorrow. A communication has gone on the social media for the road closures. And landfill monitoring is ongoing, and all the operations are ongoing. Design work on the cell number 4E and 4F is 60% drawings are expected at the end of the November. I'm going to see the consultant next week to get an update, and then we'll go from there. Any questions? That's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Counselor Ballas?
Thank you. I'm not sure what we can do about this one, but the hospital area is a priority number one for snow removal. And after a weekend, snow removal is done on Mondays. Would be Monday, which is also garbage day pickup. So you got garbage cans out there, and snowplow's coming, and it's going around each garbage can. And because it's priority one, it's always going to be one of the first places that's going to get done. And especially on a weekend, then of course Monday's going to be. So I'm not sure how you would rectify that, but it is.
We will certainly look into that.
I don't know, unless they change garbage days, maybe, I don't know.
So the garbage is done by a different crew,
Yeah,
and snow removal is done by our crew.
I asked. But everybody puts out their garbage cans Sunday night, because pickup is Monday morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, whatever. So the graders are out basically at the same time. Sometimes pickup is later. So I'm sure it's inconvenient for the operator as well as.
I haven't heard any complaints about this, but we will check into there if there is a conflict in the schedule and how they are managing around the garbage pickup and snow removal. We'll make sure how smoothly they are doing, or if they are not doing, what are the challenges. Yeah.
Yeah, just perhaps kind of checking in, I guess, when we're having our snowfalls and just being mindful of when garbage pickup is and right, and when the teams are going out to clear, how we're going to, we're either going to wait till the garbage bins are moved, or we're going to remove the snow prior to, I mean, as long as it fits within our policy, right? I have to be a little bit of thoughtfulness there, I guess, going forward, right? Sometimes things are just out of our control, but.
Yeah. Snow removal is only happening when snow happens.
Yeah.
So.
Could be Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, thank you for that. Councilor Gamana?
Thank you. So I guess it says 90% of snow removal is complete, and we fortunately had about a week of good weather. How long usually does it take?
So what it means, basically, when I asked my Bill Campbell, he said that basically it is 100% complete. So wherever there was no, as per our policy, there is certain amount of accumulation of snow. So if there is a little less than that cutoff point, they are not doing it. Okay. They're leaving it over there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, I guess we've discussed this a couple of times before, When you go past the hospital, it seems that still turn around. So, and it's not still seems to be going to the end of the street, but I'm not sure if there's a challenge or not, but I think we discussed that.
We've talked about it several times on Madison Avenue there, when you're going up past the hospital, rather than just pushing the snow that extra little bit to the end, and there's, I guess it's a field there at the end. Rick had even talked about this before, you could just push the snow and leave it there, we wouldn't really even, because it's supposed to be designated for a future road, so that's our property. We could push it and leave it there, not even have to pick it up, it would save some time. But it seems that the grader always pushes the snow right till, what, is that street or avenue? The very first street, stops there and turns around, and then come the end of the season, there's usually a ridge this high that the rest of the residents have to kind of go up and go over. And it just, I mean, even to turn around there, it's kind of awkward. So we've always just said it would make more sense just for that grader just to push it right to the end, leave the snow and turn around and then go back, right? So I don't know, maybe it's just us, but finish it off, we always say. It's just a really short section. And it would save us time because we wouldn't have to pick the snow up, right? You could just leave it there. Yeah? That's in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're required to generally stack our snow in a snow removal area to attend to whatever it might pick up on the streets. Correct? Or can we leave it there?
Well-
I'd be happy to leave it there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to talk you out of it if it's okay.
Through the chair with Councillor Evans, county, for example, they are pushing all their snow into the ditches, right? So if there are ditches, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, I haven't seen that area. But if there is a ditch and we can leave it over there. And if not, then we have to remove that and put it in our dump area. I have to see if there is an area and which can be pushed. If the snow is already there, then we can push further. I'm not.
Yeah, I think in the area structure plan, like for future development, it's a road, so it would be our road, but it's just kind of like a field or whatever there now, so there's nothing there but other people putting their snow, right? And kind of a walking trail and skidoo trail and things like that, so it would be a matter of just pushing it and. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll check.
Okay.
We'll check, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, what the requirement.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then to Christmas wreaths, festive lights, fantastic. Everything looks great, seeing them going up around, and it's getting very holiday and festive, so everything looks great. I'm seeing the addition, which is great. I love it. I haven't driven around when it's quite dark, just when it's starting to turn, so I'm very happy. And I'm gonna ask again, Christmas tree. Where and when?
It looks like Christmas tree is going in front of our civic center.
Okay, so just
And
here to the
just-
east?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there would be lighting and there would be some good decoration going on. So it's in the works. It will be installed very soon.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And then we had another question on just over our lunch hour, we were talking about, do you have any kind of timeline for flooding of, I guess, our rinks? Are you kind of anticipating all 3 of our outdoor rinks?
I have no idea. I can get back.
If you could let us know,
Yeah.
that'd be fantastic. Yeah. Counselor McGee?
I'm very interested in the DeVee lands. You've got 3 bids. One, Tassie was the lowest. Was it a surprise number? You don't have to tell me the numbers. I'd just be interested if it was
I
a
think we can
surprise.
share. Yeah.
A good surprise.
No,
A good price.
Good price.
All right. And will we see us do any of that this winter, or are we going ahead with that then, once you choose it?
Timeline is now. Basically, I can share the cost, first of all. It's a tender. So we got 17,000 from Tassie Cats. Gen 7, they quoted 47,500. Um, uh, They didn't mention, is it with taxes or without taxes? 17,000 something was with taxes in, and Winnie's was 52,000 all in taxes in. So we were not sure whether TazzyCat, they underbid it or not. We confirmed, they have sent email that they understand the scope of work and they will do it without asking for any more in the same price. So I think it's a good price, and Alberta Environment has already said that you can go ahead. This is the time to do it. Now is the time. So I'm just waiting for a confirmation either from finance or so that we can go ahead and do it.
Okay, and I noticed that snow removal is completed, and then immediately below that, sign straightening is ongoing. Is that because we're removing snow and bending the signs, or?
So any fallen or any, signs, they are not straight, and
Yeah, so that's a continuous program.
yeah, that's a continuous.
The other question I have is on the monitoring of the public drop-off for 6 bins. So that's the recycling bins. So you're monitoring that to avoid mixing garbage. I did have somebody mentioned to me that we're no longer taking glass, and I wondered how all that was actually panning out, where people are actually responding to that message that came out that you shouldn't put this in there, that in there, that in there, we're only taking this. Do you know anything about that?
Not really. I mean, this is basically when they go to the drop-off area and they are mixing things, putting material in a wrong bin. That's my understanding is.
Okay, I'm just curious because I know this new operator has said we're not doing something. And it might be, in particular, it was glass, and I thought, okay, there must be a reason, but I don't know how people are responding to it or whether they're throwing it in the dump now or what. I don't know, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, maybe we can ask our manager over there to.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I haven't been to the recycling center there for a while, but I did have a resident reach out to me in regards to, I guess, how it's situated is that when they're not very tall and when they're having to put cardboard and stuff in when it's full, because is there like a cover or something? And when it's full, it's hard. So I don't know if we could, because not everybody is tall, we could put some sort of steps or something, but then I don't know how that would work because those little bins are moved out of there, right, on a regular, but I get it because it would be very difficult. Yeah, and to kind of get that, to put that in there. So I don't know if you're hearing other, complaints or if anybody else is dealing. I don't think we have a large, tall population, so I'm just wondering.
I'm not very tall.
Find a friend to take your recyclables. Yeah. I take mine to Column too, because then I don't have to worry about it. Maybe just something to, I don't know.
We'll check.
Yeah, just food for thought. Any other questions for a bid? Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to Community and Recreation Service Department. Hans?
Thank you, Mayor, and through to the council. So basically, the report, of course, says it all. It's a busy season that we are seeing here in the winter time. I just wanted to push your attention towards the first story that's there based on the Christmas tree, the Christmas Wish Tree program. So we are happy to see that 17 families will be supported again through this program. And there's a story that basically tells it all, how that impacts our families that are supported. Like I said, the other items speak for themselves. There's one item that's not on there that I wish to, let's say, highlight. We do a small pilot project as the Community and Recreation Department. We call that Agents of Discovery. At the moment, that's live. It's an app, an educational app that the public can go to. So it's on our website. It will be in the newspaper as well. It's only a 2-week program that we try out. It's in Discovery Park, It's basically take your kid over there with the phone in your hand, and it's a discovery of some educational items that you can find augmented reality in the park. So that gives us the opportunity to try it out. And of course, we do that ourselves as a department. But if other people can do that as well, you can get a little incentive if you complete the mission, because you're going to be an agent that has to do 4 challenges. And if you complete all the challenges and the mission is complete, you can come to the Civic Center down here and get a little treat. So it's for us to test it out. We might do another test later on or just go with the program in the near future. It's exciting, and that's one of the things, of course, bring mobile devices in a good way back outside, get kids outside and teach them something in the meantime. So those are the updates. Any questions on my department, our department?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Hans? Maybe just a question in regards to Friday is the light up parade. And kind of what is our role and what are we doing and what's kind of the expectation from us? And do you want to just give any highlights there?
Yeah, thank you. So the light up parade, of course, which is organized and puts 50th, let's say, with a parade in lights. We're going to be part of that with a float as the town. We will build that float on the Thursday, Friday, get that ready. Councillors are invited to come as well. Everybody knows that that's part of seeing the light up parade outside in the dark, exciting, also getting treats. So we are part of it as a float, as a department. We are organizing or getting the float ready. And it's going to be fun to see council and, of course, all the other floats there as well. So everybody's invited to come out and take a look.
Good, good. And just to ask that, administration is invited to bring their kids and be part on that float as well, right? We're kind of sending it out to not just council?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, to invite their kids. And then the most important question is, do we have enough candy?
We have so much candy.
Well, I don't know, we hear that every year.
If we asked you to carry it with you,
I know, right? Yeah.
so we've got enough candy that none of you will want to carry at all. And we've got some strategies on how to make sure we get to the end.
Well, I know probably administration, there's going to be one of you on there like slapping our hands saying, no more, no more. Because no matter what, summer or winter, we run out. So even though we tell ourselves to be very conservative, we still, by the 7-Eleven corner, that's it, we're done. Candy's gone. So keep in your mind that, little lighter on the throwing and hopefully we'll make it. But you guys are saying, now that you've planted that seed that there's lots, we're going to be just like throwing apples. There's not that much, right? And then I just also wanted to note, I think you forgot that I did hear there's a bit of an internal competition when it comes to decorating. As I came in this morning, I noticed our Christmas tree, which was lovely, very excited. And I seen a certain somebody's office was decorated. And I thought, oh, game on. So yeah, very excited to see the competition happen within the organization. I think it just makes it a little bit fun. We've had a stressful and busy last, few weeks here with budget, so it's nice to see that you guys are having fun and decorating. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for your report.
Couple of questions, Madam Mayor. The quick one, fencing, a certain amount of fencing went out just so people couldn't climb up on top of the roof. We didn't fence the whole back perimeter, or I don't know what you did, but.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, it's a certain portion we fenced off, only a small portion, to basically defer people to be able to climb up through other means onto the roof. So it's a small portion on the backside. Yeah.
Small portion, good. The urban housing program is accepting applications for 1- and 2-bedroom units. Does that mean we have vacancies?
So at the moment that the report was written, yes, there were just a few vacancies. We are getting units, of course, ready when we renovate and make them ready for next rental out. So it was only just a small amount available.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And we'll move to our growth services report. Do we have a report today? Oh, sorry. Yeah, there you are. Sorry. I always miss when somebody sits behind that pillar.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and a warm good afternoon to through you to councillors as well. I'm going to, so you've got the report, but I'm just going to highlight 5 key themes of the report. On the strategies and action plan portion of it, we're moving, as we discussed previously, digitalization of our strategic plan and actions. And we expect to have the entire system ready by December the 1st, so within the next 10 days or so. And we want to follow that up with some agility training for council, so that all councillors are fully conversant with the, with the system. And we're doing some train-the-trainer training internally, so we have experts in-house, so you don't have to worry about going to the service provider. The CET facility operations, we recognize that the future success of that facility is obviously dependent on how efficiently and how effectively we can run it. So we also recognize that it's also going to be reputational. So based on what people say about it, it's what is going to perhaps attract users and visitors. We also recognize that we have some flaws, and we're dealing with those flaws. So we've set up an internal organizational interdepartmental team that's working feverishly towards resolving those challenges that we have. On external partnerships, I know that one of council's desires is for us to continue to fortify our partnerships across the community and outside of the community. So I'm very happy to say that we're accelerating that building process of key partnerships. Next month I'll be meeting with the president of Northern Lakes College, as well as his dean of business and trades. We're looking at ways and means of perhaps expanding, if we can, existing programs and the existing relationship as well. We have some exploratory discussions underway with Grant MacEwan University, and Athabasca University. And interestingly, we're working with a not-for-profit that's funded by the federal government called MyTax. And what MyTax does, I think I mentioned this previously, they provide postgraduate students and postdoc students to assist with the development of technology and research. And we just concluded discussions with MyTax yesterday, and we have a commitment for them to fund 3 students for projects in the CETC. I'm also very happy to say that we have one technology project that is from Calgary that will be signing up with us. We expect they're not aware as yet that we got the funding, but together with them, I think we're going to have our first technology research activity with a local Alberta-based project. Tomorrow I'll be at a meeting with the Pembina area group. We're going to be doing a presentation to them on oil and gas and other business opportunities that we want to engage them in terms of growing this economy here. And then finally, under external partnerships, the Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism Authority, we are in discussions with them. We've had a couple of meetings discussing possible tourism development and expansion opportunities. But just a bit on the innovation side, I just want to let you know that the innovation process is a bit of a complex one. It's a 5-stage process. We have to do scouting, ideation, mobilization, then secondly, advocacy and screening. Then that goes into leadership, experimentation, and pilot testing, commercialization, and finally, diffusion and implementation. So this first project that we're working with, fortunately, there was some previous discussions that made it easy for us on the scouting side. But please know that in the future, it's not going to be as easy to get these projects to come in. We're going to have to work really hard for them. Because innovation and incubation, they do carry very heavy risks and uncertainty. So things like feasibility and probability assessments have to be done ahead of time. Look at capital sourcing, trends, commercial trends and various other things. So to support this particular aspect of it, as guided by our strategic plan, we have been contacting a number of entities across the country. Western Diversification, which is a federal government entity that's exclusive to the western side of Canada to support investment in innovation and provide funding to potential pioneers of various industries. So Futurepreneur as well, Community Futures, these are all organizations we're working. I won't call the long list of them. But finally, I have to let you know as well that we're meeting with the Métis Association with Linda Prentice, and I think Alice and Wanda and Annette, who are all part of their leadership group. So we're hoping that we can add to our tourism, culture, and arts development by striking a bit of a stronger relationship and bringing them closer into the community. So we're sort of looking out in the periphery. Then finally, I just wanted to mention that last night the Alberta Premier spoke, and I think there were some encouraging words in her speech with respect to the retail industry. I think retail is going to benefit from what she said last night. So there was a $2.4 billion in measures of relief that the government is going to provide to help citizens of Alberta deal with the high inflation. So there's a suspension on fuel taxes, extending the electricity rebates through the winter, so probably for the next 6 months. They're investing in food banks and expanding public transport, which obviously won't affect us here, for low-income earners. There's a $600 payment over the next 6 months for seniors and for lower-income families, especially those with children under 18. There's some concern as to what the threshold is, because I think I heard us say $180,000, but in a conversation earlier today with someone else, I heard the threshold is a lot less than that. They're also going to be re-indexing the benefits for seniors and age recipients. So all of this is going to help fuel a little bit more money in our own local economy. So retail should get a bit of a boost, but that's about the only impact that will come from that. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Luke? I just have a question in regards to, just going back to the MyTax. So you mentioned that we had got grant funding for 3 internships. Is that kind of how that works, or was it 3?
Your Worship, we don't have the grant funding. We've been told that we will be approved.
Oh, we will be?
Yes, and it's for 3, yes.
And it's for 3. So those postgraduate internships, how do we find them? How does it fit with that? And what is the, what areas is it for?
That's the easy thing about it. We have nothing to do other than interview them. MyTax does all the work. That's what they're paid for by the federal government. So they have a network across all of Canada's top tertiary institutions, and they find these students appropriate to our project. So we have to be very clear on what we're looking for.
Okay.
So just as a hint, we may be able to even use some of these advanced, maybe postdoc students to help us with some of our studies. As you would note, in the strategic plan, we have a number of studies, like the labor study, the marketing studies, and a whole bunch of other things that perhaps we are not going to be able to afford in the short term, but certainly with the help of MyTax, we'll be able to get some of that done. So it might be helpful to us.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then also the exploratory discussions with Grant MacEwan and Athabasca, I'm assuming that's in regards to healthcare, both of those, or?
It's in regards to as many things as we could benefit from, healthcare being one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Kamana.
Thank you. No, it's good to hear that there's a lot of activity happening at CTC and on that on your department there. So kudos for you for that. But about the few things that we've been working on, Athabasca and the other universities, about the international piece where we're trying to bring international students. I guess we are working with one. Has there been any more breakthroughs in that sense?
Might be a little bit difficult for me to give you a complete answer to that question, Councillor Kamana.
Right.
Yes, we have an application in. We expect that it will be approved. We are definitely going to be pursuing the two different sectors of education. One would be international students, which we think will benefit from, as well as perhaps ESL is another thing that we're looking into.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So when you say ESL, I'm just wondering, because we have community learning as a partner, and one of the things that they always say is to make sure that we're not competing or overlapping services. So just to kind of keep that in the back of your mind too when we're moving forward with some of these.
Your Worship, that's absolutely how we're going to be proceeding. We're trying to do nothing without partners. So what we tend to do is the area of focus that we're looking at, we look to see who the key players and key partners are, because we don't have the capacity to do the work, but we can engage through the partnerships to get the work
Gotcha.
done, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. If there's no other questions, thank you very much for your report.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry,
Just one point, you were coming into the Peminnary Synergy Group meeting at 12:30. We're going to have a bite to eat at Obsidian, and you're going to give a report. I saw that on the agenda. I think that's great. It's a great spot for you to be, so I look forward to that.
Look forward to seeing you two there, Councillor McGee.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then we're moving to our last report, Communications Department. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I will be brief. I realize it is getting on in the day. So some of the bigger things that I have going on right now, of course, are preparing our messaging for budgets. We've been working hard on that. We will have our usual press release infographic, and we will be trying to explain the challenges that we have been facing with inflation while still trying to deliver a budget that's meeting the needs of our community. So that is taking up a lot of our time, as well as making sure that we're keeping up to date on any snow removal activities, things going on in Public Works, so that the community can be informed. As Hans has mentioned earlier, we worked with them on the Agents of Discovery app that they have running, so messaging is out in the community on that. In addition to those communication touch points that Hans mentioned, we also sent it out to our elementary schools and EPBR, so they can get it out to the community as well. And I think that's kind of largely it. That's what's taking up a lot of, and of course the annual report, working with the mayor on her messaging, and I'm hoping to get that in front of council in the coming weeks for approval as well. So I'll just leave it at that if there's any questions.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any questions for Jen? We're a bit of a tired bunch, I think. I was going to ask you a question. Oh, I guess in regards to the aquatic facility timeline. How are we kind of communicating that? I know things may have changed, so you did put out a recent post just kind of highlighting what we've done, and are we going to keep kind of keeping that spirit alive but not without releasing an exact date, or how?
Yes, so what we have done, as you mentioned, we had put together an infographic that just kind of put together like the road thus far, where we've started, where we're at, what's going to be coming next, the installation of the slide, training our staff, and then what that's going to mean. Myself, Hans, and Annette met with Graham from the Free Press earlier this week. There should be I'm anticipating a news article in tomorrow's Free Press, and where we have kind of discussed what we're kind of anticipating. So I'm hesitant to say more.
Yeah, I know it's hard, right? I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we're still keeping that, everybody excited, but being mindful of, we're not giving out too much because we don't have an exact date, right, on
Yeah.
that. So we don't want to get people excited and then not be able to perform that, so.
Yeah. We've been just saying soon, very soon.
Very, very soon, I know.
Very, very soon.
Yeah, we're getting very anxious and excited, so.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, well, there's no other questions. Thank you very much for your
Thank you
report.
very much, council.
Okay, we'll move on to the council reports. Councillor Cabana?
Thank you. Try to be brief. There's not a RMA Fall Conference from November 7th to 10th. Myself, Bill, and Monica was there, and we had opportunity to interact with our neighbors, neighboring council as well. I think that's a good opportunity to get to know more about the neighbors and also about the rural issues that they're important to them. So that opens my mind on how we can collaborate each other as well. 14th budget meeting, 17th I had a meeting of regional workforce task team meeting, where I think I've got some information about a bursary. I've texted you, I believe. Hopefully you got that. So that's something maybe we can look into for our healthcare aid students. There are some bursaries from HS that's been given out. Other than that, just apart from that, excited about we will have the Paul Harris Fellowship Awards on 24th. I think some of you are coming to that, so thank you for that. And I'm looking forward. There's a few of committee members getting well-deserved some awards there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Clark.
Ditto to lots of that stuff, but I guess the two main things, FCSS conference, I attended there last week, lots of good stuff. The one thing that really popped out to me was the 5 priorities that they had as a provincial government. And the one thing that really popped out to me about those 5 priorities was the mental health and addictions. And I guess it's kind of perfect timing considering we have the day warming shelter, and I can really see some synergies there with their thought process. And then lastly, just attended the FMHS Career Day with Nancy and Monica the other day. In particular, we presented on politics, municipal politics, and we had lots of interesting questions. It was great to see the young people engaged in politics and just their general interest. So I think we might have some future politicians there, who knows?
Absolutely. Councillor Evans.
Not a lot to report this meeting. Of course, lots of budget meetings and quick check signing last Friday and review. And I had a Healthy Communities Coalition meeting. What came out of that, the youth hub next door to Cobblestone there has a new coordinator and a new navigator. So with those 2 new employees, they're kind of getting a feel for maybe if they need to adjust their hours, what kind of programs they may want to offer. They've already got a book club in relationship with the library, and they're bringing in I think they're called a Dragon Master for Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, pretty exciting stuff, I guess. So anyway, nice to see they're getting creative over there. Looking to use a lot of they developed a flyer for men's mental health that Tom's familiar with. He was part of that group. They want to get them out there in the community. So if anybody has any ideas, I can pass them along. I suggested some tire shops, stuff where guys may be hanging around and need some reading material. Again, you just want exposure to that information. So that's the first step. And they may start a new group as well for men's mental health. So if you're interested, Tom, keep that in mind. November 30th, Service Canada is coming to Rotary House, I believe. So that's going to assist anybody who needs assistance with ID, benefits, all that kind of stuff that Service Canada offers. So good opportunity there. I think that's about it for me. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sheriff.
So like some of the councillors said, I attended the RMA, the Frank Maddock High School Career Day was really fun. Attended the Eagle Points Blue Rapid meeting yesterday, and there was an update on some trails. The trails east of town have gotten quite an upgrade. There will be a map provided now, and there's a new kiosk. And the horse trails by the Pembina are expecting to get a new kiosk with all the maps too, hopefully this spring. Then had a meeting with the Spruce Grove Homeless Program yesterday, and that was, I think, beneficial for both of us. They were inquiring about our pods, and we had questions about their daytime shelter and such. That was good. And just on a lighter note, one of our paramedics, who is my friend Jewel, she released a book, North Country Homesteader. She's our local paramedic, and I bought one, so can't wait to read it. And if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, give it a try.
Wonderful.
It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. Councilor McGee?
Oh, yes, he was actually written up in the paper in northern BC,
Wow.
homeschooled and kinds of interesting things. Be a great book. I think what I would mention is we had a Shangri-La meeting, and it was an organizational meeting, so we have a new member from the county of Brazeau, Teresa Hartman. I don't know if any of you know her, but she's now part of the organization of the Brazeau Foundation. And that went generally well. It's they've asked me to stay on as their chair of that board. So that's the only thing that comes out of that. The Spruce Grove discussion we've already discussed. I thought it was a good chance for us to get outside of sometimes our little box and ask questions that you could reflect back but may not want to, or it's, so I thought it went reasonably well. And then, of course, the budget. And that's really all that I've been doing. And the only thing I would plug is that we have the parade on Friday, but one of the things that happens is that it's also Black Friday. So our retailers are not, they're kind of a little bit out of sorts because they won't have shoppers on Black Friday because we'll be at the parade, right? Not that we're the only ones going, but it's an issue that we should try and pay attention to in our communication, and I rightly put it back to them, is that nobody who would know unless you read it in the paper that it's Black Friday. But anyway, their intention, I think, was to stay open till 8 or 9, but the sense I got was once the parade starts, the roads are blocked, shutting down. So we just have to keep that in mind. That's it.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think that the route has changed a little bit because of that.
Yeah,
It
we're going
goes
straight down.
It goes straight down now because of the businesses, and I think a lot of times Black Friday has already started, right? So those sales, I think it's a good opportunity just to encourage people, get out, get to the parade, get shopping, go for dinner, do all that, make a whole night of it, right?
Yeah, that's a great plug. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, that's awesome. Perfect. Okay, Deputy Mayor Ballas.
Thank you. So other than budget meetings, I basically want to make my report on the RMA. And some of the announcements that were made there and the information that was provided. One thing is Nurse Practitioners Association had the opportunity to speak, and they're looking for letters of support to be allowed to operate their own clinics and to direct bill Alberta Health Services. It's an interesting concept. I'm sure that there'll probably be some pushback from the medical profession, but it certainly would alleviate probably some of the problems of being able to speak to a health professional. So I'm not sure if we want to get involved with a letter of support or not, but food for thought. Secondly, healthcare. There's $171 million being released for healthcare education in rural areas. And I think our CETC is set up for healthcare aid programs, and I think that's something that we certainly should be in contact with and see if we can get some of that funding. Another thing they talked about was grant funding. And because the federal government only comes out with grant funding at certain periods of time, what they're suggesting is that if you have a project, and even though you know that the project may not be 2 or 3 years down the road, and there's no grant funding now, still submit a grant. Get on the radar. And probably when they talk something like that, it probably kind of makes sense, because then at least you're there. Instead of waiting till the grant's already released, and there's already 10 or 20 or 100 applications ahead of you. So again, I thought that was good information. Another program that's just been released, and that's a second language for Ukrainian immigrants, and they actually assigned Jackie Hominick to the position of being the person to contact to provide programs. And this is basically for nursing bridging program. And again, I think, we've got the facility there. So I think, again, I'm not sure if I gave you that, you got that information, right?
Yes, I did, yeah.
The other thing was the public engagement. They talked about public engagement. When you're making program changes, how important it is to have dialogue with the people, be proactive. And I think we found that out on a few occasions where it would certainly be beneficial. The other thing is the camera program. I give that to you also? With Fortis?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones you
Yeah.
just plug in, and they're looking for a place to do a pilot project.
If you had a card or a little flyer, you gave it to Rob, that day.
Yeah, you were there, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, so there's some interesting things. I hate to say this over and over, but I just enjoy going to the RMA because I find it so much more beneficial. And I sent them a note asking if we could become members, non-voting members, for populations of under 10,000 people. So, because when you go there and you speak to the people, the similarities with them are so much more than when you go to Alberta municipalities and you're talking with Edmonton, Calgary, the big seven, nothing in common with us. I just find RMA so much more beneficial. But anyway, that's my opinion. Yesterday, last night we had a meeting with the Pembina Physicians Recruitment Committee, and the healthy, what are we called? Yeah, coalition. We're preparing a brief actually to meet with a premier in hopefully January, being set up by Mark Smith. And the committee we're sort of prioritizing 3 or 4 items that we really want to bring to our attention. So it's, the committee is really getting some attention, which is a positive aspect. Originally, when it started out, there was the fear that the committee was going to be a vigilante committee. And, they were kind of ignoring us until we had the opportunity to meet a few times. And they found out that, hey, this is a legitimate committee. They have concerns. They're not a bitching session. Sorry. And I think there's a lot of credibility with this committee now, so much so that the premier is prepared to come out and listen and meet with us. So that's a very positive thing. So that completes my report.
Thank you very much for that. For myself, I had the privilege of attending the Rotary Club meeting and meeting the district governor. So it was nice. I got to hear that this club, how amazing it is, and it always kind of goes above and beyond, and it stands out from the other clubs. And we're not supposed to say that, or they're not supposed to say that, but I really feel that it's true, because I know that no matter what event I'm attending or where I go, I always see the Rotary, and they're just giving countless hours of their time, and they always are doing it with such a smile on their face and such passion and joy, and they just love the community and love supporting and helping the community. So I was very privileged. I'm always happy to attend anything that the Rotary hosts, because, yeah, they do it with such kindness and joy and pleasure. So it's always nice. And it was nice to meet the district governor as well. I'm also looking forward to Thursday evening for the Paul Harris Awards. I think it's an opportunity to celebrate individuals or businesses in our community as well, and the outstanding amount of time that they give and everything that makes Drayton what it is. So it'll be nice to be attending that. I also attended the Remembrance Day ceremony. It was a little bit longer this year than last year because there wasn't as many restrictions in place. So I was able to go inside and attend the ceremony, and there was some speakers and there was lots of people and, you know, chit chat and hearing the stories and everything. So it was really nice, a little bit different than last year was my first year of just doing the wreath laying, but this year was a little more engagement, and I met several people, and I met, can't remember if it was the son or the grandson of the very first mayor of Drayton Valley had come over to me right when it started and introduced himself and was very happy and excited to share that with me. So it's always nice, the people that you get to meet and the stories that you get to hear. I enjoy it. Colin and Monica and myself attended the Frank Maddock High School Career Day, and that's always nice to engage with the students and kind of give them a insight of to what politics is like, what our role is and duties and everything fun and exciting that we get to do. And it's exciting, like Colin said, to hear that there's a few potential politicians and for kids to be excited, right, to get involved in that, and can't wait to be 18 and how they get involved now. Like I said, that one girl was 14 and wanting to know how she could do it. So it's nice to hear. We just kind of been carrying on with budget meetings and things like that. So looking forward to it, and looking forward to, we also have 2 more classes coming up at the Holy Trinity. So hopefully a few other counselors can come and we'll do the same presentation and just to engage with the students. I think it's the grade 9 students, a couple social classes coming up in December. So look on your calendars for that. And that is it for my report. We will move into our council items, and I'm not sure if there's any additional committee updates from anybody that didn't do them inside of the report. Go ahead, Councilor Ballas.
Okay, going back to the PPRC, they haven't received any funding for the last 3 years, and because of COVID too, there wasn't a lot of activity. However, there has been activity now, and their funds are drying up. So they're requesting, it's budget year, $5,000.
Permanent physician recruitment.
We used to fund them.
Well, we always have, and then we'd asked a couple times, and they said, well, no, we don't really need anything,
They
because what the
didn't,
purpose is recruting doctors. So
But
that
now-
money just sat there, but now that the money's been used, it comes back on,
Yeah.
definitely on the table, right? So,
And they will also make a presentation to the county for funds as well.
oh, they will?
Yeah.
So are they making a presentation to us, or are they just kind of through you?
Well,
that-
I'm doing it through.
You're
for
doing
the
it through
committee.
there, okay, so we can maybe just put
If
it on your
you want
list.
them, she's prepared to come to council if you want.
What do we think about that?
Well, having received the request, we can add it to the budget deliberations
Okay,
the next meeting. But if council would prefer to have more information from the committee, might be appropriate to have them come and make a presentation, but timing will be an issue
Yeah.
now.
yeah. Is any other counselor kind of looking for that request? Or they know? Put it on the list? You'd like to see them come? Oh, okay, put it on the list, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Is that it for additional committee updates? Okay, and then 12.2 roundtable discussions. Just a question, since we've had our organizational meeting, has everybody attended, if you're going, or if have been appointed to any new committees, has everybody had an opportunity like to receive agendas and kind of get the meeting invites and do that already, or are we still waiting? Oh, so you don't know. So Pam, from the organizational meeting, did you then send it and forward it all to the committees? Okay. Okay. Okay, so it should be, so I guess if you're on a new committee, maybe just ask which counselor sat on the committee previously, and if there is a meeting or was a meeting. So it might just be a matter of there maybe isn't a meeting that has come up yet, right? So what are you on, like, say, for instance, for a new committee? Oh, Pam did send it out. Oh, yeah, you did, you got it too, because you called me
I got
about
the
it.
wrong one. I haven't got the corrected one.
Well, you got the one, the only correction was for the economic development and education. So Pam did send it out after our last council meeting to everybody.
The change or?
Not with the change, I don't think so, but everybody got it, right? I'm getting no nods. Okay, maybe can you just resend it out again, Pam? Thank you. Okay, perfect. So Pam will send it out. It'll tell you what committees you're on. If it's a new committee that you're sitting on and you're unsure, maybe just reach out or ask who sat on it previously, and if there might just not be a meeting, right? Otherwise, generally in the past, they know and they'll reach out to you because they have your email of what's kind of happening with that. And then I just wanted to add or see what you thought. Bill, you brought up RMA again, and I know that several counselors went and we've gone in the past and things like that, and how you enjoy it more than you do going to our own. I'm just wondering if because we do have the time, if there would be an appetite or something that you would want to, or another member of council would like to do a resolution to Alberta municipalities in regards to supporting rural more, do you know what I mean? Like maybe, and this is where we need administration's help, right? Maybe we can come up with a resolution that says, we'd like to see some changes as rural communities. We feel like, this group is supposed to be representing us, but we feel that we get more, I don't know. I think we have time because I think the deadline typically is May. So maybe we could do something.
Because there's almost two divisions, isn't
It
there?
is. And we don't want to be doing that because we belong to Alberta municipalities. So maybe there's something that we could get out. And I know we're starting to form a little bit more groups like, regional mayors. We talk about the rural issues and concerns. We've gone to Rocky Mountain House. We're starting to advocate more as rural communities. So I feel that we would get more support and we can push AM to maybe make some changes, even with their sessions,
It's just so.
is saying that they need to be focused onto more the rural.
2 days with ministers there.
Yeah.
Every minister was there. How many do we get? Half a dozen if we're lucky?
And then, so maybe also, we think about, there's an election year coming up. So maybe we think about placement of one of us being there as well, right? Yeah. So that could be consideration. Just kind of plant that seed. Let's have a little bit more further conversation maybe. Rob, do you have a bit of an idea?
Yeah, I was going to suggest what I can do is I can reach out to Alberta municipalities. Traditionally, their resolutions have to do with lobby issues with the provincial government. So this is more of a change to the scope and direction of the association. So I could reach out to them and ask them what methodology, who we need to talk to. I suspect there's a standing committee that we would need to bring this issue in front of. So it's just a matter of finding the right way to get the conversation in front of them, but we can certainly ask those questions.
And it would be beneficial talking to other smaller communities like White Corettes and.
Oh, yeah.
And get letters of support or something.
Yeah, I think so too. For sure.
Well, and yesterday, Bill, you brought up at the Spruce Grove meeting, the regionalization of discussions around our unhoused. What are you doing? How are you doing? What's going on there? And so it has nothing to do with the inner city, which has a huge amount and will get most of the funding. Where's the dribble effect, right? Where do we get funding? And I think it's also could be useful to draw attention to the AUMA. The very fact that there seems to be this chatter, because I've heard it before too, is that there's chatter out there that we, the big seven or the big eight, or it's cities, you're not really looking after your clients over here on the left, villages, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's sometimes just a wake-up call and worth it. Whenever I've done that, it really works.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah. And then just another update too, when you speak about the regional is Colin, Monica, and I are attending a regional homeless discussion next week. I invited the regional mayors and appointed counselors to have a discussion about the homelessness and what are some of the issues and advocacy and things like that, right? So I sit on that 5-mayor regional kind of group that we talk about. So that's Rocky Mountain House, Drayton Valley, Whitecourt, Edson, Hinton, and then sometimes Jasper jumps in there. So we can push from there too, right? And say, you know, we want to push other areas as well, continue looking for support. Okay, any other roundtable discussions or chit chat? Get off your chest before we wrap it up? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we have, oh, Rob?
Just before we move on from the roundtable discussion, I just would like some direction around the letters of support.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that. I was just going to ask about that next. I was just going to ask if you're looking for a motion. These are letters of support that we have asked in regards to, like Bill had asked for the letter of support for the nurse practitioners that come out of RMA. I had asked for a letter of support from the Ochis First Nations. That's for the paving of the highway when we'd gone to Rocky Mountain House and had that meeting. And then there was the letter of support for Opportunity Home. They had reached out and asked for that letter as well. So it would just be a matter of directing administration to do up these letters if all of council, I guess I could ask for a motion from a member of council to go ahead and draft these letters up. Councillor McGee?
I'm going to make that in the form of a motion, Madam Mayor, that we give a letter of support to the Ochis First Nation, a letter of support for nurse practitioners, and a letter of support for Opportunity Home right here in Drayton Valley.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on those letters? None? Then I'll ask all in favor. Okay, that is carried. And we have no information items on our list, and I will adjourn the meeting at 4:39 PM.
And just a point of order, is that normally we would accept every one of the reports as information as well, but we just in the midst of timing, we're not accepting them. It would seem to me that in the interest of timing, if we need that motion, if you require that, then we make that as a single motion, that all the reports from administration were received as information.
We typically do that?
It says here after every one of the reports that we do, yeah, but.
Yeah, I thought we had added an item to the agenda that was a catch-all to accept all the reports that hadn't been accepted. But I'm wondering if that was actually on the old form GMP agendas. I'll have a conversation with the team here and figure out what happened to that, and we should have it back. Also, a point of clarification, when Abbott was up, he was talking about the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree is just across the street. It's in downtown Park, not on the Civic Center grounds. So we figured you'd know that, but just in case you go looking for it, you know where to find it.
It'll be the one, it'll be the ones with the lights on it, right? Yeah.
I'm not sending it by.